All right, there we go. Go live. We're also live on YouTube, Keith. Just me. I'll get you to take your camera off, okay?
Oh, yeah, that's supposed to happen.
Yeah. Hey, everybody. Welcome to Spaced Out Radio tonight. I just had a couple issues there with the stream, but we are almost ready with your favorite and mine, Mr. R. Keith Andrews from the ET Connection that we do the first Friday of every month. Want to remind everybody that we have some cool stuff going on here on Spaced Out Radio, especially with all of you. Big thank you to Lori for the super chat right off the bat. Thank you, Lori. Appreciate that. And I know all of you kind of popping on in. Debbie, Lori, Adam, Ross, Poetically Mistaken. Appreciate that. Tammy, hello. Yes, we do have to stop meeting like this, Tammy. All right, let's start to get this feed going here. All right, Spreaker feed is going. And all right, we are just a couple minutes away from going live with our Keith Andrews tonight. Thank you again so much for sharing your Friday night with us. It's always a lot of fun, isn't it? It's always a lot of fun. How you doing, Keith?
Well, aside from a tooth infection, not bad.
At least it ain't gout, man. At least it ain't gout.
I will grant you that one.
Yeah. All right. Let's go like this. Public. Open up this and go like this so I can read that. Let's get rid of that. All right. We got about 30 seconds here, Keith.
Let's cut it and tighten.
Yeah.
What the heck?
Well, that's what we like to do around here, Keith. We like to keep things good. Hello, Bartles. Thank you, Bart L, for the incredible layout that you did. I appreciate that. Totally appreciate that. All right. We're good in 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, music is on, everyone. Let's kick off the weekend on a good note here as everybody starts to travel on in. Here we go, Keith.
Okie doke. We're here. Sorted.
From the tops of the snowy mountains of central British Columbia to you listening around the world, this, my friends, is Spaced Out Radio. I am your host, Dave Scott, sitting in the captain's chair of SOR headquarters. We welcome you to tonight's show, including Kingdom of Nye Radio and Revolution Radio. If you want to take a listen to our archives, guess what? We have them free for you at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. You can also watch us live on YouTube each and every night here, Monday through Friday. Our website is spacedoutradio.com, where we have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, do a little shopping at the SOR Vault, grab a great book from We Read the Night, join the Space Travelers for $5 a month, and Captain Shirk has you all up to date on the SOR Newswire. Tonight's show is brought to you by Chive Charities. Help make the world 10% happier by donating to Chive Charities today. You can find them on our website. It's that time once again, everyone, where we crank up the woo meter, as it's the first Friday of the month, which means we welcome the return of our Keith Andrews and the ET Connection. Now, about 6 months ago, Keith released a book on species of aliens he's been in contact with throughout his life, along with ones he's learned about. Well, guess what, alien fans? There's a part 2 of this book coming out with 25 new species that we're going to talk about tonight. We're going to take your questions as well. So a reminder to all of you, if you're in one of our chat rooms, whether you're on YouTube, whether you're in LGAB, whether you're on Spreaker, whether you're on the Space Travelers Club, wherever you may be, make sure that you put your questions in capital letters so I do not forget to give those questions to Mr. Ronald Keith Andrews. Then at the bottom of hour number 3, I will bring you the SOR Newswire, brought to you by Paranoia Magazine. Mr. R. Keith, always a pleasure to have you here, my friend. How are you?
Well, aside from a tooth infection, I'm doing not bad.
Well, it's better than a bad case of gout, my friend. That is for sure. That is completely for sure.
No doubt there. Hey, it's been a rough couple of years here.
I know. When are you going to start getting back into the gym, getting healthy, and making sure that everything is A-okay?
Well, the getting healthy part already working on.
Good.
The gym is a cute thought.
Yeah, really.
I've thought about it a couple times and never gotten back to that point. Of course, in all fairness, I think the longest I ever spent in the gym was 3 months.
Oh, I used to be a workout guy, man. God, I was at the gym 3-4 times a week, you know. And now I think of the gym 3-4 times a week. That's the difference between me and the gym now, my friend. That is the biggest difference.
You think about it more than I do.
Really? Well, either way. Keith, for people who are just tuning in for the first time, learning all about you, why don't you teach us a little bit about yourself? Tell us how you became the man that you are.
Now, that's a long story, but in a nutshell, starting at birth, I started dealing with off-worlders, quite frankly, from day one. It started off with the whole idea of abductions and went through the MyLab as in military laboratories. At this point, I work more as a consultant for the various races. Rough guesstimation. Originally, I'd said it was over 50. The first book that came out had 59. And I knew it was short. Well, I think I'm up to 25 in volume 2 at this point. Meaning we're looking at over 80 races combined.
Right. Okay, I know we are having some audio problems on I guess it's going to be through the Spreaker feed. I don't know why. All right. I'm getting messages galore about this. I'm curious if the audio is good on our YouTube channel and whether or not we should just update all of this quickly here, because apparently the audio is really, really bad. I can't hear it. See, on my end, it doesn't register. And I don't understand why. I'm a little shocked right now. Because before every show, I actually do a reboot of everything. I do. So, I'm a little shocked by that. I'm a little shocked that the audio is that choppy right now.
Well, let's face it, this like with today specifically, we're a little late getting off the ground anyway.
Well, we hit it on time. I'm just trying to figure out the audio. YouTube is said to be fine, so it's obviously a Spreaker issue right now. So let me see here. I don't want to have to reboot the entire computer system here, but we do have our terrestrial affiliates that we need to think about here. So, oh my goodness, this is why I can't stand the Spreaker feed. You never know when this crap is going to happen. So let's try this. Let me now see. I'm getting mixed messages here. Mixed messages.
Let me guess. Some people are saying the Spreaker feed is fine, and others.
Yeah, some are saying maybe it's just worked itself out. I don't know. If you're having issues on the Spreaker side, make sure you give yourself a refresh on the audio to see if it cleans itself up. All right. If not, you can listen to us on KONR or the secret SOR 24/7 feed. Okay, the audio seems to have worked itself out here, so I'm not sure what happened there, but we've got it cleaned up. All right, let's continue on, because we, it's Friday night. We have our Keith Andrews, and by damn it, we have some woo to get to. We don't need to be worrying about audio problems when Keith is on the air. Keith, how you doing, man?
Not bad. How about you?
I am very good, my friend. I am very, very good, and I'm pretty happy to have you back on. And you're one of our most popular shows that we do each and every month here on Spaced Out Radio, and I just appreciate you always taking the time for us. And a few months ago, as I said in the intro, you wrote a book about alien species. How's sales for that been for you?
Honestly, a little on the slow side. But I've got a bunch of them in stock here, and I'm just starting to try and figure out how to get them onto Amazon and that sort of thing.
Right.
Getting a lot of questions about it, but not a whole lot of sales.
So when people are asking about this and about the alien species that you've already worked on, what do you tell them? Because it's for a lot of people, man, that's it's a little out there.
Well, I agree. It really is. One of the biggest things that I found a while back, I got to look at, and I've misplaced it, but I got to look at a government booklet outlining a whole pile of them. And though I know the races by a different name, we managed to pair up most of the races that the governments have used, that the U.S. government had used. Which was kind of a nice little, confirmation from my standpoint.
Right.
Especially when you're growing up, I always questioned whether I'd completely lost my mind, in spite of the fact the shrinks all said I was fine.
I just heard from Chuck over at KZFX, and he says the audio is good. This makes me feel good. Hi, Chuck. How's your goatee tonight, my friend? I hope you're sitting at the rink having a hot chocolate and listening in at the same time. Make sure you have a little bit of spice in that hot chocolate, if you know what I'm talking about, because hockey rinks will do that at this time of year, going into playoff season. Keith, with the alien book that you did, how did you come, the first one, because we're going to get to the second one tonight, how did you come to realize that you had come in contact with that many different alien species?
Oh, that was the easy part. I kept, essentially waking up knowing of another race, knowing the layout of it, and what have you. So I started putting them on paper and looked at it and went, wait a minute. And, in all fairness, Dave, I can literally say it was after getting on the show with you that I decided that maybe it's time I put it on paper. When I got the number of questions around it, I got to the point where, maybe I should put this on paper and be done with it. Well, be done with it didn't work quite that way.
I hear you, my friend. And, when you started looking through the species, did you realize that you had come in contact with well over 50 at that point?
Yeah, I knew it was over 50, right? Simply because of the number of races. And, of course, for me, there were a number of movies that I watched where I'm looking at them going, that's a real race. Like, I've seen that one before, this sort of thing. Or I'd look at it, like I remember when I watched Independence Day, right? Watched Independence Day, and when we got to the scene with the bunker,
yeah,
I looked at the bunker and went, okay, and it wasn't a question of, I've seen it before. I looked at it, and I was watching it with my wife at the time, and I literally looked at her and went, well, the layout is right, but the alien they've got there is 100% wrong. Right. So, and there were a number of other movies that I've watched, which is something I'm going to be including in the second book, is the movies that I've seen that actually have good renditions. Because let's face it, I am not what we call a good artist.
I hear that.
I'm great at man, but...
I hear that, man.
Yeah.
I hear that. So when you were going through them, for people who haven't seen or bought your first book about alien species, man, explain what you're going through. Explain what you have happening there.
Well, what ends up happening is I started off by simply trying to get a handle on what people are calling them. Then I look at it, then I think back and go, okay, what do I know about them, including what is the name I know them by. Now, understanding I have a problem remembering people's names, right, unless I write them down, it becomes an interesting challenge. But then all of a sudden everything comes in, from their social structure to the reproductive structure, even to their motivation in the simplest of terms. Right. So it's just a case of I had to work out a catch-all, if you will, a program so that I could plug and play, as it were. Okay, here's the name of the race that people know by what I call the human designated race. Here's the name of the race that they are, what their basic political structure is, what their overall drive is. All of these things. And some of them, I mean, they are not by any functional stretch all human looking.
Right. Right. So give us a few examples of those species from book number 1.
Well, the one I got most familiar with right off the bat were the Srozasians, which are 7.5 to 8.5 foot reptilian. Okay, they are very honor bound, if you will, very militaristic. But the reality with them is they don't actually, unlike humans who usually know who their parents are, Srozasians haven't got a prayer because they are hatched in a hatchery.
They're hatched in a hatchery.
Well, the fact is the parents lay eggs. And as soon as the eggs are laid, they get moved into a hatchery where the little guys are left in there with them. Hence, the eggs get turned on a regular basis.
All right.
But something we should get clear.
Yes.
When people talk about reptilians, in the first book, I've got at least 6 different reptilian races.
Oh, well, we're going to get into those.
Try that again?
We are so going to get into those.
Okay.
Later.
Yeah, because, no, it's a process of trying to figure it out, because so many people, when they talk about reptilians,
yes,
they keep talking to me about, well, the reptilians are going to take over the world. They're here, they're infiltrating the government. And categorically, the answer is no, they aren't. Although V was a nice show. Which is where that whole thought comes from.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So with the Caesarians, or I'm probably mispronunciating that. I apologize. But what other species were you very familiar with in that book, and which one did you have to work with? So give us a few here. We got time. Build up that book 1, man. Oh, yeah. No, in book 1, well, I keep them handy because, well, frankly, my memory is shot to pieces. But when we take a look at just reptilian, right, you're looking at the Chitauri, which are actually an ancient race. They actually evolved on Earth. They're based over in Africa, right? And then, let's see, who else do we got? I'm just looking at them in alphabetical order here, just on principle. And you've got the Drakes, which are, those people are about as arrogant as they come. They don't want to conquer anybody. They just want to rule everything after it's all said and done. Right. Then we come down and you have, on top of that, you've got Kamalians. Those people are just straight out a violent race. Right. And who else? Oh, the Naga. The Naga are literally a snake-like reptile. Okay, I call them reptilian simply because they resemble Terran reptiles. The Quetzal you'll see in Mexican mythology. They're the winged snakes, and they've been in and out of here forever, right? When you take a look at the Srozasian we've already mentioned, then you've got the Tormenon. If you ever watch a movie called Jupiter Ascending, the reptile they put in there is an absolute dead rendition of a Tormenon. Okay. Okay. Now, of course, the Teklak are a little 4.5. They're a 4.5 to 5.5 foot reptilian,
look kind of like a raptor. Somewhere on YouTube, and don't ask me where,
Yes.
somebody caught a picture of a couple of them running around in the New York sewers, I believe it was.
Really? Was that on video or actually captured them with their hands?
No. If they captured them with their hands, they'd be dead. Presumably they lived, considering the videos on YouTube.
Oh, okay. I think I've seen those ones before. I really do understand that. I do understand that. All right. You know what? We already got questions for you, Keith.
Sure. Well, as we know, that's what drives this show.
All right, let's start off with Joey and Joey's beard. He's got a pair of them in the SOR Space Travelers Club on our website. He's asking, do these reptilians who lay eggs like to eat eggs?
Not their own. Well, that's not entirely true. The answer would be yes. The Teklek, for instance, the problem they have with them is they much like the Srozosians, Tekleks put their eggs into a hatchery. But the problem is, as soon as they hatch, they try and eat the other eggs. So they've got the adolescent Teklek in the hatchery to whisk the newborns out of the way before the problem starts. Because they will literally kill each other at birth. Not a nice group of people to play games with.
Why are they so violent?
Genetics.
All right. I like Joey's next question. Which races are you use currency in, or are there any good tippers?
Well, humans use currency, and no, they're not on the whole good tippers.
All right. Let's get to Corey's question here on YouTube. Are these race names directly from the alien races, or did you have to translate them?
Most of them I had to translate. I mean, let's face it, most of them they are quite literally races or names that humans on the whole cannot articulate. I mean, you take a look at some of them, like when we start looking at even the Greys. We call them, they're called either Greys or Zeta Reticulans by humans. The reality is they speak in clicks and pops. Yeah, that sort of thing.
Yeah, I know.
A little deeper, but yeah.
I know. Give us an example of that. How's your throat doing? Can you do it? Can you do it tonight?
Rightly, no.
Okay.
Give it a shot, but...
Yep, there it is. That sound just puts chills down my spine, man. That was what was in my backyard. Oh, man. All right. I got a couple more questions coming in from YouTube, and considering the YouTube chat room is new, I would like to ask all of you, or just send you a reminder to type your questions in capital letters, because it is easier for me to follow if you don't mind. Betty is asking, Keith, are you familiar with the tall whites that Charles White speaks of?
The answer is yes. I'm still working out the name. That's one of the ones being added to volume 2. And that is very much a work in progress, if you will. I've got it sitting in front of me here, so I'm just going to see if I can track it down. I may end up getting back to it as far as the name I've got for them. But I do know that they are in the offing for being added.
All right, let's get to NA on YouTube asking, are there any races that are extremely benevolent? And if so, who?
Well, the Srozosians are literally allies. The Pleiadian are healers. They're very neutral healers, and I would personally classify them as rather benevolent, considering they do not hurt people at all if they can avoid it. They won't even get into the interstellar wars aside from cleanup.
All right.
They're kind of like intergalactic Switzerland, except they won't shoot people down. Yeah.
Well, hey, if they get in your way, you got to do what you got to do, right?
Well, there's a couple of philosophies on that one.
All right, let me. They're going crazy over on YouTube right now. Robin is asking, we'll probably take the answer to this question after the break here, Keith. Okay.
Okay.
Because we only got just over 30 seconds here, and
yeah,
Robin is asking, did one or many alien races make the human race? Oh, we're going to open up a can of worms with that one, aren't we? Creationists versus the alienists versus the scientists. Holy cow, we're going deep here. Going deep.
Yeah, that one's going to be, that one you're asking for I mean, I've got an answer for you, don't get me wrong.
Oh, I know you do.
But it's going to open up a can of worms.
Oh, yes. Yes, I know. All right. Our Keith Andrews is our guest tonight on Spaced Out Radio. I know Chuck at KZFX is looking for a question because he always has one or two as well as he's sitting in the hockey rink, hanging on out. Thank you so much for joining us this Friday night, early Saturday morning if you're on the East Coast. More with our Keith Andrews and the ET Connection coming up on the Mighty SOR. All right, Keith, we are clear, but we are still live on YouTube. Let's see here. There are a lot of questions, everyone, on YouTube that are building up. I apologize if I skip over them. If you could, make sure you put them in capital letters. I am going to try and get to them ASAP. Keith, I do have a question from the Kingdom of Bart for you on YouTube, and that is, is our Keith Andrews any relation to the Milwaukee Andrews? I don't know who Milwaukee Andrews is.
I don't rightly know. I do know that the engineer that designed the Titanic was an ancestor of mine. That's not necessarily a good thing, but I really don't know. I'm only just starting to work on my own family line. So at this point, I don't know.
All right. Perfect. All right. So let's see what else is up here. Hold on.
See, I figure it's normal, especially with YouTube being a new edition. It's normal for it to get overloaded. You know, as far as the question lines go. I just have to be careful to remember not to give you one-word answers.
True.
You know?
True. I can't wait until we can put you on camera, my friend. That's what's going to be fun.
That is, but then you get everybody turning it off and going, oh my gosh, never mind him being off kilter. He looks like a wingnut.
Oh, absolutely. Alina is asking if you're familiar with Richard Hoagland's work on Mars, and what do you think?
Am I familiar with Richard Hoagland's work on it? No. Am I familiar with Mars? Oh, yeah. I get a kick out of the fact that it was just a couple of years back they made this big announcement that they got a rover onto Mars. To me, that would have been news if they'd have said it back in the 70s when they did it. You know, that would have been when it was news.
Yeah. I hear you, man. I hear you. Hold on, I gotta.
But as I've mentioned to a lot of people over the years, I am probably the worst read, the worst read researcher on the planet. I remember telling a chap down in Texas that one day I should quit. I should start researching this stuff instead of just living it.
Oh, that's no fun, though. That's no fun.
It gives you a whole lot less direct insight, that's for certain.
True.
But I will tell you, when Dad died a few years ago, and before he passed away, on his deathbed, he looks at me and he goes, look, he says, you need to know everything you've been through with alien abductions, with the off-world interactions, all of it is real.
Yes. I remember you telling me that.
That was, I mean, it was a pleasant, shock. It wasn't a shock that it was real. It was just a shock that my father decided to confirm it.
Well, your dad was military too, right?
Oh, yeah. And he had an extremely high security clearance, which is why he couldn't confirm it while he was alive. When he made the comment to me, it was the last thing he said to anybody. But talk about a gift when you're on your way out.
Oh, yeah?
Well, he and Mum both had been trying to convince me for years that what I was talking about was just complete hogwash. It was just my imagination. And for Dad to come up with that comment right at the end of it, right, made all the difference in the world to my being able to cope with it, at least at this point. The funny thing is, you and I started talking about this about 2 years before Dad passed.
Yes, I remember that. I totally remember that.
Because as I recall, that was one of those funny days where I phoned up and I said, look, I'm just not going to make it.
Yes, I recall.
Can't imagine why I had that problem, eh?
No, exactly. I totally understand, my friend. I totally understand. We got about just over 90 seconds left.
Oh, and then the show's over already, eh?
Pretty much. We're already loaded with questions. Loaded!
Gee, there's a shock.
I know. One minute.
Yep.
How you doing?
I do want to
thank you very much to... Go ahead. Talk.
No, I just want to say thank you very much to everybody that's joining us on YouTube now.
Yeah. Kind of cool.
It is. But we were just talking about the expansion necessary as far as you went. And this is just a nice little confirmation that it's happening.
Yes, for sure. And as people get used to the fact that we are broadcasting live on here, they will be... they'll tune in more. I mean, we have over 7,100 followers, so there's obviously people who are looking into us on YouTube. So hopefully it continues. Hopefully my ugly mug doesn't scare them off. But that's always a real threat to this business.
At purpleplates.com.
Always a real threat. Hold on, Keith.
Yep.
Here we go. Welcome back to the second half hour of Spaced Out Radio. Tonight, I am your host, Dave Scott, sitting in the captain's chair of SOR headquarters. Hello, everyone. Good to have you with us. Reminder, if you've missed portions of this show or others, you can check out our free archives at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. You can also watch the show live on YouTube as well. That's a new feature this week, by the way. And, of course, our website, spacedoutradio.com, where we have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot and reading up on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire. The first Friday of the month, we have our Keith Andrews and the ET Connection. This happens each month, like I just said. Keith is here to take your questions, everything extraterrestrial, and keep it fun. Keep it... pasteurized, as they say. Keith, welcome back.
Thanks for having me, and welcome to everybody tuning in.
All right, let's get to Robin's question here. Did one or many alien races make the human race?
Well, I could leave this a real succinct no, but we'll give you more than that. First of all, it wasn't alien races that actually built the human race. It was actually an ancient race. Many people actually know the race, and yes, it is included in the first volume. There's a race called Elfid, which,
Elfin.
literally speaking, yeah, they're called elfin. They're what people know as elves.
Okay.
Humans were literally built for war, but they were built based on because of the way it happened. They actually used the simian race as a template and simply accelerated it. Right. Net result, we have a very aggressive human race, but it was built literally to solve a problem. And then the biggest issue with it is humans are so much easier to repair than any other race out there.
Okay.
So I mean, when you start looking at it, people talk about the human race being a very young race. Well, it really is, but it's older than what people think. That's why I said I could go with the idea of no, they weren't, because it wasn't the off-worlders that built them.
All right. Let's move on here because we have a bunch of questions. Greco on Twitter at #SpacedOutRadio is asking, have any alien races infiltrated our government in the past, and are there any presently working with us now? If so, who?
Okay, let's start with the obvious part. Not that I'm aware of, and certainly not as dictated by their parent races. I mean, there's no doubt there are people on this planet that are hybrid, and no, every hybrid does not know it's a hybrid. Would not surprise me if some of them had gotten into government and other places. But this whole concept of off-worlders getting into the government to infiltrate it and screw it up. Now, mankind's entirely responsible for that.
All right.
That's that neat little thing that comes out of the movie V, out of the series V from the late 70s, early 80s.
All right, let's move on here. Another question from Corey. Ronald, you talk about seeing many different species in movies. Do the aliens work closely with Hollywood? If so, which ones?
Funny you should mention that. That's one of the things I'm adding to Volume 2. But it's not so much Hollywood does as Spielberg, Lucas, and Carter know. And I keep forgetting what his name is. There's a European producer that also knows. That know what's going on. Of course, we can go back to the original Star Trek with Gene Roddenberry. He wasn't so much working with them as he had incredible insight into what was coming. Although I suspect very strongly he dealt with them to a degree as well.
All right, move on to Bob here, who is asking, what is the furthest away from Earth race do you deal with, and what do you do for them?
Well, it's not so much what I deal with, or which one I deal with, is which one I've heard of.
Right.
10 seconds, and this is where memory is a pain in the neck. When you take a look at Xenons are a mechanical race. Okay, and they are not on Earth yet. They are literally made of living metal, and there's a few other races built the same way, but they aren't even in striking distance of Earth yet. Right. But they are one of the primary reasons why I tell people that are playing around with the idea of, let's give computers AI and cut them loose on the planet. This is just a disaster waiting to happen.
Makes sense.
Okay. Because their solution to a lot of mankind's problems are worse than most people's. They'll simply obliterate the whole race.
All right.
Fortunately,
yeah, go ahead.
Don't worry about it. Yeah, they are the reason why the Techlex ended up here in the first place. Because the Xenons are in the process of trying to orchestrate a takeover of the Techlec homeworld. Which, needless to say, means the consortium has stepped in and have gotten right involved in that little war. But that's a defensive mechanism to protect the Techlec.
Okay. Let's move on here. Now, I know you haven't seen the series Hellier yet, but Adam is asking, do you believe there are aliens living in caves around? And in this case, he's mentioning Kentucky, where the series Hellier is filmed.
Well, do I believe? The answer is yes. Unfortunately, I don't know geography that well, so I'm not entirely certain. I'd have to go and track down where the heck Kentucky is comparatively. But there is no doubt in my mind that the answer would be yes. Likelihood you're looking at either Greys, Roswellians, or Nordics, or probably all three of the above.
Okay. Let's move on here. The Geek Freak is asking, Keith, do you believe the reptilians were here during the age of dinosaurs?
Some of them, the answer is definitively yes. See, some of the dinosaurs, yes, evolved into, like as we know, the T-Rex evolved into chickens. Okay. But they are not that's not the only route they went. I'm just going through book 2 right now just to find out where the heck it went. It's sad to say that takes a little bit of time, but yeah, there are a number of races. I can think of right off the top of my head 3 that came from the age of dinosaurs. 4, sorry. The Chitauri evolved from there, right? And then there's one that was that started off as the Pachycephalosaurus, the Spidicosaurus, and the T-Rex all evolved into their own. A whole lot smaller than their current ones. Well, current than their ancestors.
All right. Neuro is asking on YouTube, were ancient Greeks in contact with aliens? Were they aliens, or were they just exceptional humans?
They were exceptional humans, but they were very strongly involved with the Nordics. Funny part about that whole thing was the Nordics got here and took up seats like gods, and then when the consortium got here, they went, pull out, you are not gods, get the heck out of here. You're not playing this game anymore. Net result, the so-called Greek gods vacated. Okay, they had the same problem with the Quaddles, the Greeks, the Romans, and there was another race, another historical group of humans. Just trying to remember what the heck they were called. But there have been a number of off-world races that whole situation created an interesting problem.
All right, moving on. I guess we're not going to get to your second book here tonight. But moving on, Goddess Michelle on Twitter at #SpacedOutRadio is asking, Keith, have you been served any ribs lately by any alien race?
Well, if you're talking about the ribs as in being picked on, yeah, that's normal.
No, I think she was saying, put a napkin around your neck and start chomping on down.
Yeah, and the answer, at least in the last week and a half, is definitively not with the way my health has been. Heck, I haven't eaten much on Earth, never mind anywhere else.
All right.
But, every time you talk to the Techlex, they keep offering food, and it's like, that's great, but then, you think some people have an appetite. You should try them.
Oh, no. All right, let's go over to Toronto, where Canadian Joe, who's very proud to be a Maple Leafs fan and drive a Toyota Prius, is very, very excited to say, Keith, can you help Dave get closure with Carl?
Well, it's not like he broke up.
I don't know.
See, the problem with Carl is Carl ended up back on, last I heard, on Zeta Reticuli. Something to do with overstepping boundaries way too often.
Well, I haven't noticed him around lately. I will say that. He hasn't been around lately, so I don't think he's coming back for a while. Not for a while.
Yeah, I wouldn't be holding my breath.
Yeah, me either.
Yeah, if you think human military is a problem with protocols, you should try theirs. No, don't.
All right.
It makes human military look like an absolute joke.
True. All right. Canadian Joe follows up and asks, what do aliens use to get intoxicated?
More often, now it depends on the race. There are quite a variety there. Some of them do use, and you're going to not like this one, some of them do use endorphins harvested from humans. Now, guess which ones those are? See, if you scare a human enough, they produce more endorphins in their brain. And if you know how to do it, you can harvest the endorphins. Right. But there are a number of plants that are very definitively intoxicating if you know how to break them down.
True.
You know, their version of alcohol, like if you take a look at the Nordics, what the heck is the name of it? There's a drink that they use, and I forget the name offhand, that has been recorded throughout history as being the nectar of the gods.
Beer.
Right.
Beer.
No, that's the ones on Earth.
No.
You know, yeah, I forget what the actual name is, but the Nordics have one that, yeah, as a matter of fact, if you watch, what the heck show was it? I think one of the Avengers movies. Sorry, yeah, I think it was Avengers 2 or something like that.
Uh-huh.
They actually named it off.
All right. Well, let's move on here. More questions powering on up. Davey on YouTube is asking, what do you think of the possibility of outer space being water?
You mean the stuff between the planets being actual water?
Yes.
Not. Although it's not entirely as empty as what they think. But water is kind of a scarce commodity. Right. I mean, let's face it. If outer space were water, first of all, humans as they exist today wouldn't exist. Okay, because you think that the flood back in Noah's time was bad. You should try what that would result in.
All right.
You know, especially when you think the temperature out in space would have that as a solid block of ice.
Well, that's what the flat earthers believe.
Yeah, we don't want to go down that walkway.
Absolutely. Adam is wondering if aliens killed Jeffrey Epstein.
I don't even know who Jeffrey Epstein is.
You don't watch the news. You know what? Believe it or not, I got cable for the first time in 4.5 years. I got sick and tired of not being able to watch Hockey Night in Canada. I know, Canadian thing. I realize that. But
yeah, it's sad when you think that I'm Canadian, and yet I think I could care less about hockey, but probably not much.
Well, I mean, everybody has their flaws, Keith. Everybody has.
I realize.
I think I would sooner not be a hockey fan than be a Toronto Maple Leafs fan, but that's just me. That's just me. All right, let's move on here. Julianne is asking, what does the triangle mean on some species of small greys' chests?
The triangle literally means ultimate wisdom. It's actually the number 12 in base 12 numerology, in the base 12 number system. And it literally translates into ultimate wisdom. If you will, it's kind of like a ranking system. See, humans developed their number system based on one fact. Humans ran out of fingers. But when you start looking at interstellar numbering systems, you need 12. But that ultimately is what that usually is referring to.
All right. Mike is asking, as we got about 6 minutes before we got to go to break at the top of the hour, Keith, do you believe in the theory that governments have made deals with alien species to allow human abductions in exchange for technology?
On the whole, the answer is definitively no. I would not be surprised to find the occasional rogue agent having done so, but the governments themselves, no.
You don't think so?
You know, they tried working out a agreement regarding some technology, but the technology that they were trying to trade was medical and communications, not weaponry.
Got you.
Problem was that humans decided that they would turn it all to weaponry if they could. Net result, the treaties fell apart.
All right. Sparkles is asking, if a person does not know if they are a hybrid, what do they know or what do they do to determine that they are? Is there some kind of process or test that can be done?
Not that I'm aware of. First and foremost, the hybridization program was designed to be undetectable by the people who are being turned into hybrids. You know, the Greys who developed the system were very specific about making sure that you couldn't differentiate on the planet they were being born on, that they were being harvested from, if you will. Now, of course, if you can get in with the Zeta Reticuli or the Pleiadians, either one are technologically advanced enough to be able to tell you.
Yeah.
Okay, but as far as a definitive proof, not that I'm aware of.
All right. Let's move on here, as we're going to continue with the audience questions as long as they are running, because that's what we do around here. All right. Insert Pie Now, great YouTube name, asking, is the Roswell incident true?
Depends on which rendition. Did Roswell happen? The answer is definitively yes. But it wasn't only three aliens. Okay, there were actually 5 that I'm aware of, one of which was a child. Also, the nice little part about it was it wasn't Greys in that incident. It was literally the Strazazians, which, by the way, ties directly into the whole, I think it's the Hopi understanding of the youngin that was turned over to the Hopi ancestors. You know, as a way to keep it alive. But yeah, Roswell itself absolutely happened. The intriguing part is it was only the third one in the same area, in the same time frame. At the same time, there was another one about 60 miles northwest of it, and one that went in off the coast of Nova Scotia. Both of which got, if you will, sidelined by the sensationalism of the Roswell one.
True.
You know, what's funny on that one, that was actually one of my first UFO conferences I went to. And I was talking to a lady there who happened to be, her grandfather was actually at the site. And when we got talking, I laid out the site for her, and she just looked at me wide-eyed. I said, what's the problem? She goes, my grandfather was at that site, and what you've just laid out was never published. I said, not entirely surprising. She goes, but how did you find out? I said, I remembered it. Right, but then again, I remember past lives, which makes it a little easier in my part. A little harder to understand, but it does work. But yeah, Roswell definitively happened.
All right, let's move on. I think we got time. We got just over 90 seconds. Let's get to Greco's question here. He is asking, are there aliens using underwater portals on Earth right now? If so, who and why?
Well, the why is varied. One of the biggest reasons as far as the why would be the fact they're harder to see for humans. Okay, that'd be to start with. Now, you do have who being, there is an elfid race underwater. The merfolk, okay, are also down there. And then you've got this neat little race, the Zotar, which are a reptilian geckoid race, which spend a lot of their time underwater. And again, it really boils down to so people don't see them that easily.
All right.
You know.
All right. So are they established bases, or are they just hiding out?
The seafaries are definitively established, but humans will not run into them on their home, even by exploring for them, will not find them, because they're at the bottom of the Marianas Trench. But they've been there for quite literally hundreds of thousands of years.
Okay, what about species that are new to this planet? Are they sent to stay underwater so that way they can be cloaked?
No, in all fairness, that may be part of it. The Udina can travel underwater. Some of the Udina that you hear about, the ancient sailors used to call them kraken, primarily because of the fact they look like a giant squid. If you watch the show, what the heck was it called? Visitor, I think?
Yeah.
No, The Arrival. They showed the egg-shaped ship.
Okay. Keith,
right.
I'm going to get you to hold on right there because we are going to go to break here at the top of the hour. Our Keith Andrews and the ET Connection continues right after this on Spaced Out Radio. We'll continue with your questions, and maybe we'll have time to sneak in his second book coming up about extraterrestrial species on Spaced Out Radio. All right, Keith, I'm going to just quickly step away for a couple minutes. I got the commercials on, so you could just mute your mic. Or if you want to talk to the audience, I'll turn the commercials off, and then you can chat away with them if you want.
Okay.
What do you prefer?
Oh, I can carry on. The only people I can see anything for are the ones in Spreaker, though.
Oh,
so
okay.
If you've got, that's the only people I can with being asked.
I'll just put your mic on mute. I will be right back, and we can talk to the YouTube crowd when I get back, okay?
Okie doke.
Do you want help finding out what's going on?
Be right back,
I'm Ryan
YouTube.
Stacy, head of the Experiencer Support Association, otherwise known as TESSA. We've teamed up with Spaced Out Radio to investigate cases filled out in the SOR Sightlines report. We are independent, and there's no cost to what we do. All we need is your experience. Let's find out what's happening together on the SOR Sightlines report.
Hi there, this is Geraldine Orozco from San Francisco's Bay Area Meditation. I invite you to join me the first Tuesday of every month with Dave Scott for Spaced Out Radio's The Spiritual You. In this fast-paced world we live in, it's time for you to take some time for you. We'll cover every possible subject from powerful meditation to healing techniques to your own intuition and spirituality. So come join us for The Spiritual You.
Are you intrigued by Paranormal Talk Radio? You'll love the new Paranormal Radio app from TalkStream Live. You'll find a great selection of talk shows covering UFOs, ghosts, strange phenomena, and much more. Download the Paranormal Radio app now and start listening to the very best in paranormal talk entertainment, including the network you're listening to right now, the Paranormal Radio app, free in Google Play and the iOS App Store.
Looking for creative ways to get your company out in the public? How about advertising on Spaced Out Radio? Our sales department is waiting to hear from you, and we can work around any budget. From commercial spots to banners to special promotions, there are many opportunities to get your name and product out to our SOR listeners. For a price guide and more information, please contact us at sales@spacedoutradio.com.
The SOR Vault is open for business, and do we have some cool swag for you to pick up? All you have to do is head over to our website and click on the SOR Vault. You have a variety of cool logos to choose from, and put them on anything you want. T-shirts, hoodies, hats, coffee mugs, you name it, we can get it to you. So do your shopping by supporting the store you love. Get your Spaced Out Radio swag at the SOR Vault today.
We all know on Spaced Out Radio we love a good beard and mustache, so why not take care of your facial hair with Mighty Moose Beard Oil? Made in Canada, we're taking care of beards and stashes around the world. We use 100% natural ingredients with our oils and balms to make your whiskers feel silky smooth. Use promo code SOR2019 at mightymoosebeard.com today.
Hi, this is Amber Beckrud, and I want to invite you to subscribe to our YouTube channel where we store all of the SOR show archives for free. And as an added bonus, every 2 weeks I'm posting brand new content on Cryptid Tales, where I will get into some of the spookier legends and folklore from around the world and tell the stories that go with them. Find us at youtube.com/spacedoutradio and check out Cryptid Tales today. Drop a comment and let me know what you want to hear. See you there.
We are scouring the world for the most intriguing stories of your day. Take the time to read up on the SOR Newswire, where our team, led by Captain Shirk, will deliver to you some of the best paranormal and supernatural news, along with some stories that will...
If I hit the right mouse. How you doing, Keith?
Not bad. How about you?
I am good. Thank you.
How are things on your end of the world?
They're not bad. They are not bad, and, hanging out on YouTube here, so it's all good on our end, man. It's all good on our end. My puppies are good. I went out looking for Bigfoot today with my buddy Mike. Didn't find anything. So we got to try and do all this while the snow is here, because it's starting to get muddy out. But there's still lots of snow here, so we have to try and see if we can find any fresh tracks that are in the snow.
See, I like here, because we got concrete. No ice.
I know.
Green grass.
You're all melted down there, aren't you?
I was quite happy when it did. We got about 5-6 days of snow, and that was where it ended. I was happy.
That's unusual. That's unusual for Kelowna.
It's more common here.
All right. So for people who are new here, wondering where I disappear to during the break at the top of the hour, I have my studio door, and then down the hallway I have another door, and my dogs over time have timed out at the top of the hour that they'd like to go outside. So during the top of the hour breaks, I run my dogs outside so they can do their thing, and then I come on back in. So like normally, if you're listening on the radio side, you're not going to notice that. But now that you're on YouTube watching here, as we've got 66 people watching live right now, and thank you so much for that. All right. That's where I disappear to. So yeah. Let them go do their thing. We're in the final commercial here, Keith.
Okie doke.
Okay. I'm almost over this cold. Almost.
Yeah, they're annoying. Try eucalyptus oil. It works like a hot gang.
Well, went out and got some fresh air today. That was pretty good. That felt good. All right, here we go, bud. Oh, why? Oh, we're missing a commercial here. Hold on. Why has that happened?
I don't know, but it wasn't my fault.
From the heartlands of Canada to beards around the world, we know how to take care of you. Fill your follicles with the Mighty Moose Beard Oil.
What happened there?
All our oils and balms are handmade and 100% natural ingredients because we care about your beard. And hey, use the promo code SOR2019 and get your Mighty Moose Beard Oil today.
That'd be a technological glitch, and that's your department, not mine.
Follow Dave on Twitter.
All right, here we go.
Spaced Out Radio.
and on Facebook's Spaced Out Radio Show.
Welcome back to hour number 2 of Spaced Out Radio tonight. I am your host, Dave Scott. Thank you so much for joining us. We want to give a shout out to Chuck and the crew at KZFX 93.7 FM in Ridgecrest, California, KDUN AM 1030 in Reedsport, Oregon, WQEE 99.1 FM in Noonan, Georgia, UPRN 107.7 FM in New Orleans, and down in Bellingham, Washington, our newest affiliate, KZAX 94.9 FM. On the digital side, we're proud to broadcast on Kingdom of Nye Radio and Revolution Radio. Remember, you can check out all of our archives for free at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. You can watch us live, as we're at 70 people now. Cool. Watching us live on youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio as well. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Ignipotent. Ignipotent is your password, spelling out got pie for this week. I figured it out, Jeff. The Clam sets a password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com, where we have a plethora of features for you. You can rock out to Bumblefoot. You can hang out and read up on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire as well. So many more features, so make sure you check them on out. Every first Friday of the month, we are joined by our Keith Andrews and the ET Connection. Keith is a lifelong ET experiencer. Now he helps counsel those who have questions about their own contact and questions about alien contact in general. Keith, welcome back.
Well, thank you for having me, and welcome back to everybody still tuning in and those that have just joined us, which apparently is getting to be a bigger number.
Yes.
Which is great.
Absolutely. Absolutely it is. All right, Keith, let's rock and roll here on the questions. Let's start off on Twitter with Greco, who is asking, is there an aliens race that has successfully colonized everywhere or most meaningful on the most meaningful planets in our galaxy? Who are they, and are they still around?
Well, the only race, now there's none that have colonized everywhere. The only race that I know of that is colonized in most places are the Archons. Now, whether we want to call them meaningful planets, it depends on who you talk to as to whether they're meaningful. The Archons figure if it's a planet, it's meaningful. But understand the Archons are more of a parasite than anything else. They literally infect a host body and take it over. Okay, because Archons are way too small to operate most technologies or most anything on a planet.
Right.
So they literally, if you will, infect another race so they can take the gross motor control.
Right. All right, let's move on here. Mike, who I went Bigfoot searching with today, is asking, we talk about hiding places for aliens, oceans, mountains, etc. What about the theory that they travel dimensionally? Why the need for a base?
Well, two factors. Number one, we take the theory of dimensional travel and throw it out the window. Everything here, and I know I'll get flack for that one, but that's okay. Everything that exists in this world is third dimensional. Some of it vibrates at a higher speed, making it invisible, because the human eye can't track it. Okay, but the reason for the base is because even if they travel from a hypervibratory state, humans don't. Okay, and the sad reality of the human genome is if you vibrate it too fast, it falls apart. So it's easier to slow down their bases so they can get humans on board, or other corporeal forms on board,
right,
than it is to try and speed them up.
All right, let's move on. Adam is wondering, are there any alien bases in Antarctica?
Yep. Well, technically, no. The access to Antarctica actually leads to what people refer to, depending, as inner Earth or hollow Earth. It's an access point. And yeah, there are definitely extra races down there. But there is an ancient civilization. There's the remains of an ancient civilization there, on the surface, albeit under the ice. That the people are extinct. They'll find that probably another 30 years, give or take.
Yes. Leah is asking, do you think, Keith, the Greys are an alien species or an alien android?
Definitively species. There are androids that have been made to look exactly like Greys, but the Greys themselves, first of all, are an alien species. There's about 15 different nationalities of them that I'm aware of, and they are anything but on the verge of extinction.
Okay.
You know, much like Terrans have built androids that look human, the Greys have built some of their kind that look like Greys, and humans have built androids that look like Greys. But that doesn't make them a race unto themselves.
All right. Juan is asking, why did aliens come all of this way just to store stuff in people's butts?
Well, the short answer is xenosocioeconomic evolution. They're tracking the way that humans evolve. And the nice part about it is, given the number of people that sit on their backsides, it's the least damaged place. It's also the easiest place to put it without it causing a problem.
All right. Insert Pie Now on YouTube asking, what hybrid poses the greatest danger to humanity? Is it reptilian/human?
No. The greatest, I don't know if I'd call it a hybrid. The greatest threat to humanity is humanity. Understanding that the off-worlders do not want this planet. They don't want to own this planet. They don't want to control the planet. Well, aside from the Drakes. But they're quite willing to wait for mankind to screw it up so badly they can just walk in. They're just not interested in taking it.
Right. All right. NA on YouTube asking, do gods exist?
The answer is unequivocally yes. Okay, virtually every race, and I cover this actually in both book 1 and 2, every off-world race has what they believe in, either a singular god or multiple gods, depending. But to be clear, if you take a person from a first world country on Earth, give them a Bic lighter and put them in the Congo, if they conceal that lighter and wave their hand over top of it and go, let there be fire, as they flick their Bic, as it were, that person is now a god to those Aboriginals. The other thing to remember is, it was stated, I think it was Heinlein that stated it, that said, when you push technology to its ultimate level, there is little difference between technology and magic.
All right, let's move on here. I love this question from Elgab from KSM. Says, Dave, I am married to a Nordic female. They are extremely aggressive in all manners, some good, some real good. Is it possible to tame my Nordic wife?
There's a lot of Nordic males that would love the answer to that.
All right, let's move on here. And all right, Chris on YouTube is asking, which kind are the tall, slender ones who wear hoodies?
Which ones? That might be a shorter list. I know the shadow folk appear to wear hoodies. Okay, I just want to go back to this last question you had for half a second. I will tell you the way to tick her off, the Nordic wife issue, the fastest way to tick her off is to just give in without a fight. Without any sort of thought to it. She will take offense to it.
Okay.
But I do know the shadow folk do appear to wear hoodies. I was just, and I've got to find there is another race that wears hoodies all the time, and it's only just being added to book 2. They are 4-armed. Okay, and I'm just scanning through my list of notes here. One nice thing about having multiple monitors.
Yes.
Is I can do that without completely screwing myself up.
All right. Let's get to another question. Let's go to Twitter here with Greco. He is asking, what is the aliens' fascination with unique earthly events like lunar or solar eclipses, volcanoes, and electric storms?
Xenosocioeconomic interactions based on poor education. They like looking at the way that the primitive human race responds to things that are so blatantly common. It's kind of like humans when they take a flashlight and shine it on the ground in front of a cat. You know, that's one of the biggest reasons for it.
Right.
For lack of a better way of putting it, they find it entertaining.
Interesting. All right, let's move on here. Let's move on. Let's go to Fap in our Spreaker room, who is asking, is the great mothership going to come rescue us like the late, great Riley Martin said?
I wouldn't hold my breath.
How come?
Because mankind is here to protect the planet. They are the caretakers of this planet. They're not getting off that easy.
Are we allowed to leave?
Certainly, mankind has already left Earth. Quite frankly, Mobius, which is on the other side of the sun in the same orbit as Earth, is a Terran colony. From centuries back. Mankind is also already on the moon, on Mars, on Io, and recently got to Titan. And for those people that have this brilliant idea that Earth is under some sort of quarantine, understand if it were under quarantine, there wouldn't be any abductions either.
True. Let's get to Catalina's question. She is asking, Keith, what is the best method to escape the Matrix?
Ask questions. And I know that sounds like an oversimplified answer, but it literally is the answer. The reality is, if something feels wrong, ask. Okay, and don't take the idea of, oh, you're mistaken, that's not the way it is. If it feels wrong, the odds are it is. As my father pointed out, when he finally confirmed everything, like he said, if you don't ask questions, you will never know the truth. The funny part about it is the Matrix that she's referring to, I presume she's referring to the one indicated in the movie, is more of a human construct than it is an alien one. In other words, people are taught to believe something that doesn't hold a lot of water. And because so many believe it...
Sorry about that.
No problem. Because so many believe it, it's become essentially accepted as fact.
All right, let's move on here. Move on. All right. Insert Pie now is asking, Keith, what's your opinion on the scale of the secret space program?
If they wanted it secret, they should have kept it a little more secret. Sorry. The reality is, to me, it's about as common knowledge as you can get.
Right.
Everybody knows about the Mir station, about the Mir space station. Right. A bit of derelict station that is still up there. They still take, photos. It's kind of like using a poster child. What they don't tell you is the 3 other international space stations that are up there with it, and the fact that NASA right now is in the process of getting geared up to leave Earth to build an orbital ship plant, manufacturing plant, I guess is the word I'm looking for, because it'll be cheaper. It's easier to build a ship in outer space with low gravity and launch it from there than it will be to launch it from Earth. Since they've already got the shuttles going up and down, it makes it a whole lot easier.
All All right, let's move on. Greco is asking, Keith, which aliens are responsible for killing numerology? Because I hate them with a passion.
I didn't know they'd killed it.
Neither did I. I just asked the questions, man. I just asked the questions. All right.
But I can tell you who's responsible for screwing it up. Mankind developed numerology on base 10 because they ran out of numbers. But there are some critical flaws in numerology based on that little part, because numerology itself works on base 12. So if you want to blame an alien race for doing it, well, I guess it would be the humans, which aren't technically alien.
I guess so. Let's go on here. Shar is asking, if an abduction is hurting someone, why do the aliens keep doing it?
Because most of the aliens doing it don't know it's hurting them. And that, unfortunately, can be translated into the same question of humans abducting other races such as tigers, elephants, and fish. They do it because they're studying what's going on the planet regarding migratory processes, thinking processes, and hormonal exchanges.
Right.
It's a study. I mean, basically, when people call this a huge petri dish, essentially it is, but it's not quite the way they think. It's an issue of it's an ecosystem that has a staggering amount of information in it that the off-worlders do come here to watch.
All right. April is asking in the SOR Space Travelers Club on our website, what are the round donut-like ships floating about on the moon?
I know the one she's talking about. I'm trying to remember who brought them in, because they are race specific. I think they're in they belong to one of the races I'm working on. You know, I wish I could give you a definitive answer right off the hop, but not yet. But I do know that they're not a threat. The fact that they're on the moon eliminates them being a threat.
Follow up from April. Do all hybrids need implants to survive on Earth?
Not even close. I mean, think of a hybrid like a human adopted child, right? Yes, they're hybrid. Yes, they end up being a cross-reference, but if they can get into the right family, then they will adapt quite nicely. And this is why most hybrids have no clue they are hybrids. You know, there are many hybrids that were never tagged. Because contrary to popular belief, the hybridization program, or the, if you will, the crossover,
yeah,
it's kind of like, you know, when you take humans and you take a Canadian or an American and get them together with a Fijian, you know, it's simply two races. You know, in the case of humans, it's two nationalities, right? But some of the races are close enough to human that they can naturally crossbreed, if you will.
All right, let's move on. Audra is asking, Keith, when you say hoodie, do you mean like anything that actually covers the head or actual sweatshirts?
Well, my understanding of a hoodie would be something that looks like a poncho with a hood. Right. Now, from that standpoint, that's why I say with the shadow folk, they look like they're wearing them. Because of the fact that it literally doesn't leave much in the way of a form, and yet the head looks like it's in a hood. You know, that race I mentioned, that has 4 arms.
Yes.
Right. That would be the Quinlan.
Quinlan.
And they are in the book. I haven't got much of them written down yet, but I knew I had that piece down. But yeah, the hoodie is simply an issue of, if you will, a hooded cloak, or it could be a hooded sweatshirt, depending on the individual.
Right. Okay. Moving on, Sparkles is asking, as we only got about 2 minutes in this segment left, what race owns and operates the USOs that have been seen, and where under the water they reside?
Most of the UFOs that have been spotted belong to the fairy folk. They belong to the sea fairies. Where they reside is the bottom of the Marianas Trench. Okay, so are you likely to run into them in passing? No. Okay. Because, I mean, they did when they first started running into humans. It was sadly, in a twisted way, it was sadly comical how they pulled it off. Because they grab a human and take them underwater to try and take them down to their place. Only humans had this little problem. They didn't breathe water well. You know, so they developed the UFOs to come up and collect people so they could get them down below and deal with them down there as in communication lines.
Right.
And before anybody comes up with an idea, they are not taking them down to hybridize them. That's entirely in the Greys' hands.
All right. Quickly, let's see here. Well, we only got about 45 seconds left. We got a ton of questions left from the audience, so keep them coming. Keep them coming. And if we got to extend Keith into that final half hour and hour 3, we will. Because he likes to hang out with us. He thinks we're all right people. Don't know how, don't know why, but apparently he does. And I'm okay with that. You're okay with that too, Keith?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Yep. Well, yeah, I'm up and running now. It's a good thing you phoned when you did, though, because I just about missed the dang thing.
I hear you,
Yeah.
man. I hear you. All right, our Keith Andrews comes in the first Friday of every month where we turn up the woo. By the way, you can get Peak Woo t-shirts on our website, spacedoutradio.com, at the SOR Vault. That's always really cool because you want to check those on out and all the other cool swag we have there. Coming up next, we're going to continue with your questions with our Keith Andrews and the ET Connection. So stay tuned. More Spaced Out Radio right after this. Woo!
I'm not using my standard coffee cup, so I run out faster.
Oh, that's all right. That's all right. I've got two cups of water and some Pepsi left in here.
I'll be right back.
All right. Hey, YouTube. How y'all doing? 83 people watching right now. You got to be shitting me. Wow. Thanks, everyone. I appreciate that. I really do. Let me get caught up on everything here. Because I'm like stuck way... Midway 1942. Don't trust Spaced Out Radio. It's run by evil, shape-shifting space lizards from Planet X. There could be some truth to that, Midway. Could be some truth to that. All right.
I missed that. I'm just looking at it here. Oh. Dang, and Dave, I missed the fact that you were evil or a shapeshifter.
Well, you're back already. Well, you know, I guess it's the Canadian thing. You know, we go into our cocoons in the winter here, and then we we go into our you know, we come out for the summer. You know, just in time for the mosquitoes to suck our blood, give us all sorts of beautiful diseases.
Well, I'm lucky. The poor mosquitoes that decide they're going to bite me. Yes. I tend to be the last person to bite.
Oh, you're lucky, man. You are lucky. I am like a magnet to mosquitoes. I never thought how bad it was for me until literally last year and the year before. I would walk up to the door, to the downstairs door to my, take my dogs outside or to go to my vehicle. And there would be a swarm of mosquitoes flying by that door saying, "Hey, Dave, come on out. We're hungry." Hey, I'll be right back. Yeah, Keith, I'll be right back. Give me 2 seconds. Okay. Sorry, I didn't think that all of you would want to see me blow my nose.
Not really.
No, just doesn't work that well. So, yeah. I'm gonna scroll up here. I'm gonna find out. All right, that's where I left off. Let's see. All right, so that's where we're at right now. I got to get caught up on you. I'm going to fire a bunch of questions up from YouTube next because I got to get caught up with them. Yeah. A little bit behind there.
It's kind of like trying to empty a pool while you're pouring water in the other end.
Pretty much. I guess I could open up another YouTube, window stream, but I like kind of watching the chat, making sure that everything is going on. I don't want to, bring any more on.
Yeah, I could comment on that. I'm just going to leave it alone.
Yeah. More on, not moron. More space on. There we go.
So curiosity,
yeah.
How many monitors do you actually have up and running?
Right now, 4.
Yeah, see, I'm sitting at 4 too when you count the one on my laptop.
Yeah, so I got my laptop one, I got my main broadcast screen, and then I got my radio setup screen. That's what's playing the commercials right now. It's a program called Radio DJ. And then on my big screen, to my right, I have Spreaker going. So I've got a lot going on, but I think I'm going to have to make some adjustments here soon. I think. I don't know. It's all about camera angles and shit like that.
See, I'm lucky. I don't worry about camera angles. I know people get frightened.
Yeah. So, all about making it interactive. Because that's what the people want, and we're all about the people here.
Oh, yeah, I tell you, if it weren't for the questions we get, we could not do this show properly.
Yes. All right. Hey, Betty, your question is first when we come out of the break, just so you know. That's how far back I am right now on the questions. Yeah, I got to move some stuff around here. Definitely do. I think it'll make me feel better. Get more organized.
Yeah. Good luck with that, eh?
Yeah. For sure. That'll make me happy. Gosh darn it. All right. So we got about 30 seconds. Hey, everyone on YouTube. Don't forget, if you feel like we deserve it, give us that thumbs up. Also, don't forget, we do have the super chat going, and that's always kind of cool, too. So thank you to those who donated already. That's really, really cool of you. Thank you so much this week. Geez, I'm out of commercial again. I wonder which commercial is out. Hold on. I'll just play this one.
We all know on Spaced Out Radio we love a good beard and mustache, so why not take care of your facial hair with Mighty Moose Beard Oil? Made in Canada, we're taking care of beards and stashes around the world. We use 100% natural ingredients with our oils and balms to make your whiskers feel silky.
All right, here we go. 73 people watching now. That's kind of cool. Here we go.
Down around the park when we started.
We pass the halfway point of Spaced Out Radio tonight. I am your host, Dave Scott, sitting in the captain's chair of SOR headquarters. Hi, how you doing, everyone? Thank you for joining us. We want to remind all of you that... What do we want to remind you? Oh, yeah, if you want to watch this show live... or you want to check out our free archives, go to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Just do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com, where we have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot and doing a little shopping at the SOR Vault. Tonight we are with R. Keith Andrews. He comes in the first Friday of every month, where we get deep deep into the ET experience with the ET Connection. Keith is a lifelong experiencer who helps guide those to get their questions answered about what the aliens actually want. Keith, welcome back.
And thank you for having me.
All right, let's get right to Betty's question here. She is asking, Keith, is Earth a tourist destination for various types of extraterrestrials?
In a manner of speaking, yes. Not so much as in come in and walk on the planet, so much as come in and study. The Martokians are a prime example that bring their classes over here to study it. Every time Mars gets close to Earth at its closest point, and you can check up on the sightings, but sightings jump by about 300%. Because at that point, they can make the trip down here to watch what's going on before they head home.
Interesting.
Sociology.
All right. You mentioned there were more space stations. What are they called? This from Corey.
I have no idea. How's that for a short answer? Unfortunately, I would literally have to make them because I know they're out there because I've seen them. Of course, I see them from beyond orbit, so it makes it easier from my end.
All right, let's move on. Here, let's go to April in the SOR Space Travelers Club. She is asking, Keith, do we know what races make bird chirping sounds?
There's a couple of them. The Greys are good at it. That'd be one of the obvious. The other ones, the Uka, are absolutely make what you would call a bird chirping sound. Of course, the Uka are very similar to owls. Okay, those two are pretty cut and dried. And then there's a third one that is around, where the heck are they here? There we are, the Aura, which are actually evolved from birds. Or, well, more to the point, they resemble Terran birds. They aren't technically evolved from them, because they aren't from Earth. But those three are consistent with making bird chirping sounds.
All right, from our Space Travelers Club, Joey is asking, Keith, with all of your knowledge and expertise in ET contact, how do we know you're not a double agent for the aliens?
You don't. Let's face it, you look at the logic. If you ask me, I'm going to tell you no. But if I'm a double agent, I certainly wouldn't be saying yes. Okay, the other thing that we can look at is that, if I were a double agent, you'd think I'd be locked up in a cage somewhere, considering the CIA has already been to my doorstep to talk to me. And yes, I know the CIA is from the States, not from Canada. It doesn't stop them from overstepping.
All right. April wants to know what alien race spits a lot.
Well, there's a few of them. Humans are a real prime example, although they're not alien. But what is the name of the damn thing again? Pardon my French. There are a couple of them. I'm just trying to think here, and this is why I know who I'm looking for. Oh, yes, that's the biggest one. The Chick-Chock. If you watch the movie Alien, starring Sigourney Weaver,
yes,
aside from the extendable inside jawline, you're looking at a Chick-Chock.
A Chick-Chock.
They do spit acid quite effectively. Oh. They're not the only ones, by the way.
Very nice. Very nice. Love it when that happens.
I had a different word for it.
Yeah, that doesn't seem like it would be fun. All right. Chris on YouTube is wondering, how widespread is human DNA in the cosmos?
Oh, welcome to the Soul Galaxy. Here. Soul as in S-O-L. There's another definition for that. Humans are indigenous to this locality. And although they have spread out a little, they are not exactly prolific on the outer reaches.
Right. Right. All right, let's see what else we got here. Element 115 is asking, Keith, what race is about 3 foot tall, hooded like a mini Grim Reaper?
Well, I'm still working on the actual name. This is because I only just started putting that volume 2 together. But he is right; they do look kind of similar to that. And that was one of the ones that George Lucas actually identified. Those little guys are interesting, but technologically very advanced. Not much in the way of physical contact, though, physical stature.
By the way, cable guy Matt came in and did all my cable today. Hey, Matt, how you doing? He says this is a great show, Keith. He's really enjoying it.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Oh, not a problem. We'll give cable guy Matt a good shout out here. He's a good dude. Good dude. All right.
If he keeps running, yeah.
Let me see what other questions we have here. I know April will probably have something. There it is. Do teenage grays fly around in their personal ships?
Usually if they hotwire them. They're not supposed to. This is one of the biggest problems that we have with Carl. Is he kept doing things he wasn't supposed to do.
Right.
But as with the human race, teenagers are still teenagers. They don't necessarily do what they're told.
I think that's actually happening. That sounds way too human.
The funny thing is, humans are not that different from a lot of the races, aside from configuration. I mean, humans, if a teenager steps out of line, on the whole, they're talked to, they're chastised, what have you. Techlex, if a teenager steps out of line, they're eaten. Cuts down on the stepping out of line issue. Doesn't stop them from doing it, but it does cut down on repeat offenders.
Do they whip around the solar system trying to figure out where they can cruise to pick up hot alien chicks or what?
In a manner of speaking, although in all fairness, if you're looking for, like, for instance, if the Martokians are looking for, as that was put, a hot female, they stick around Martok, also known as, from our standpoint, what humans call Mars.
Right. All right. Matt wants to know, Cable Guy Matt, because that's what we're going to nickname him now. Cable Guy Matt wants to know what you think about the Andromedans.
They're a nice group of people. A little stuck on themselves, but what the heck? The reality is they've got a real nice social structure. Technologically very advanced. A little stuck in their ways. They're still having trouble adjusting to new races as they come in.
Right.
But on the whole, they're nice people.
Where are they? Like, where in the Andromeda galaxy do they come from?
The best I can put it is this. If you look at the Andromeda galaxy as a clock, right, they come from the outer rim at about 4 o'clock. And I know that ain't going to be a much help. I mean, it'll give you some idea if you can find a picture of the Andromeda galaxy.
All right.
I don't know if that was
let's get to Lori's question. Keith, if one was visited as a baby and young person, followed through life off and on, why would they not make themselves known, and why?
The moment they make themselves known, they are no longer dealing with an uncontaminated observational process. That'd be the why. See, once somebody knows they're being watched or being taken, it's no longer an unknown. and you no longer get honest reactions. Because, see, humans on the whole, if you abduct them, are very fearful individuals and react from a primal standpoint. But humans have this funny little problem. They have a curiosity streak that is almost unstoppable. And the second you put a face to what the fear is, more often than not, they want to know more about it, instead of running away, aside from the cases where the people eat them. You know? But that's why they don't tend to reveal themselves.
All right. I just want to remind because we're kind of new to YouTube and everything like that. If you're in the YouTube chat, do me a favor, put your questions in capital letters. I don't want to miss any, so please do that. It would help me out a lot. Joey is asking, the coordinates sent by the aliens in the Spielberg movie Close Encounters of the Third Kind match the Denver International Airport. Do you think there's any coincidence to that?
I have come to believe that there is very little in the way of coincidences. But it would make sense. I mean, I'm going to have to take his word for the coordinates thing. But it would make sense, given that that particular movie is the best, bar none, rendition of the Zeta Reticuli, both the scientists and the controllers. I have never seen a better rendition in another movie.
No, neither have I. Neither have I. All right, let's move on to Robin here, who is asking, Keith, why do the Sumerians and Mayans picture writing seem to get mixed up all the time?
Well, you mean I'm presuming she means between the two. And, well, the Sumerians and the Mayans, number one, were both human, and humans have a tendency of getting mixed up on things. Okay, that would be the big problem there. You know, so it's sort of a case of you're trying to understand a nationality or a stream of people that both essentially went extinct. Although there are remnants of the Mayan Empire still alive.
Very cool. All right, here we go. Next question. This one coming from Greco. Are tribbles a problem for alien ships?
No. See, I've never found it again. The original Star Trek that showed the trouble with tribbles, there was a follow-up to that called The Trouble with Tribbles 2, where they showed the race that actually keeps tribbles under control.
Right.
I have yet to find that particular episode again, which is unfortunate. It was a well-done episode. That and the fact that their homeworld, a lot of the plants on the homeworld eat them. This is why you don't take something like a tribble out of its natural habitat. Because the moment you do, you have a massive problem. Funny thing is, there have been a couple of cases where the tribbles have been released on an uncontrolled planet, and they literally had to burn the area the tribbles were in, which meant wipe out everything, in order to take the tribbles out of the equation. Because the tribbles would have wiped out the life forms. But see, humans are not good at the idea of wiping out entire chunks of themselves in order to protect the rest of the planet. Which is probably a good thing, by the way.
All right, let's move on here. Chris is asking, have humans eaten an alien, and what would happen if one does eat an alien?
Depends on the alien. And there is no doubt that some humans have eaten them. Okay, I would not recommend any human try and eat a chick-chock, mind you. Because what happens in a case like that is the human will die. When you take a look at the acid content in the chick-chock, the moment you crack them open to eat them, you're dead. Because you simply dissolve.
Oh, that's nice. A little acidic there.
Yeah.
Need more honey or lemon or something like that, eh?
Something to that effect.
All right. Richard is asking, were we warned to stay off the moon by aliens?
No. You were warned to stay off the moon by humans that didn't know how to deal with it. And now that being said, they didn't actually pay attention to it. Because it ain't like mankind has not been back to the moon since, although they'll tell you wholeheartedly they haven't. See, mankind is still going to the moon. They just don't tell you about it. And you'll find out about that in about 30 years.
Okay. Shar is asking, wouldn't most people die of fright if they remembered these aliens who were taking them and hurting them?
Die of fright? No, but they do tend to develop if they remember it. And this is one of the reasons why the screen memories are. Because humans have a bad habit of suffering from mental breakdowns and the like. You know, because human governments have spent so much time going, no, it's all in your imagination, it's all make-believe. When people get abducted and they remember the event, they immediately assume they're losing their mind. Okay. I spent a lot of time talking to a shrink and I asked a lot of different people in the same field the same question. How do you know if you're losing your mind? Well, the answer is simple. If you're asking if you're losing your mind, you're not. Because if you're losing your mind, you won't know it.
Right. All right. Let us move on here. And let's get to Maureen's question. Are there any alien species susceptible to human-like diseases like the coronavirus?
Actually, quite a number of them. This is why there is such a high focus on, inoculation and what have you on the off-worlder standpoint before they're even released onto Earth. Even the researchers that come down here are inoculated first. That's also one of the reasons that they work with the hybrids, because hybrids have a natural defense on it.
Gotcha.
Human diseases like with other races, especially when you start looking at the humanoid type, can be devastating.
Makes sense. All right, let's move on here as we continue on Spaced Out Radio. All right, April is asking, are the dragons on Earth becoming more active? Dragons.
Ultimately, the answer is yes. See, the original dragons actually still live on the astral plane. But because of the damage that's being done to the planet, they're starting to take a greater interest in it. Because they literally are working to help defend Earth from Earth's denizens. Okay, the funny thing is that if mankind continues down the path it's going, and the dragons decide to return, those particular dragons decide to return on force, the cities that mankind have won't survive. And see, you go back about 5 years, I think it was about 5 years ago, somebody found the skeleton of an actual fire-breathing dragon. Just a little one, like it would have just been a baby. But it had the two nasal passages, one of which was charred cold, like just charred completely out. The other one wasn't. Which is completely, it's the way that they work. Now, picture something that breathes fire, amongst other things. The earliest dragons actually breathed acid. Right. So if they, take something the size of a brontosaurus or a subrasaurus and have it breathe, spitting acid, you've got a mess on your hands.
Makes sense. Makes sense. We only got about 30 seconds left here, so we're going to kind of hold off on any more questions until we come back here for hour number 2 or 3. Holy cow, we're flying by. Keith, everyone's still here rocking, man. We may have to bump the news and the thought of the day for you tonight, man. We may have to.
Well, I'm not exactly going very far.
Well, we shall look into that. We will definitely look into that. Our Keith Andrews is here the first Friday of every month. Oh, goodness. See, I read my clock wrong. We got another minute. Damn it, we do have time for a question. All right. Anyways, we'll continue on. Our Keith Andrews here. We'll make it a quick question here. Roy Boy is asking, what do male aliens do to show off for the female aliens? Woohoo! And a little saucy here. Saucy.
Right. That depends entirely on the race. Some it boils down to color displays. Others it depends on what humans would call dance moves. Right. And there are some races that show off by killing everybody else around them. Which, by the way, is really hard on the competition.
Well, that'll do it. That'll do it. We'll continue on with everyone's questions right after this on Spaced Out Radio, because now we're going to go to a break. By the way, if you're a hockey fan, sad news today as Henri Richard, otherwise known as the Pocket Rocket, passed away at the age of 84. I got to meet him a couple of times. I actually got to try on one of his Stanley Cup rings back, probably back in 2005. Great guy. Great guy. Now playing hockey in the sky. 11 Stanley Cup champions for him. 11. More Spaced Out Radio right after this. All right, Keith.
Okie doke.
You're watching YouTube here, so don't answer too many questions. I'm just going to let you chat with the YouTube crowd because I know you're watching on there, right? Or are you still?
Yeah, I'm looking at it now. I'll leave the questions alone, per se.
Yeah, you can talk to them. I'll be right back. I just got to run the doggies out.
I'm going to take 10 seconds to grab my coffee.
All right.
So you're going to get a little bit quiet. So bear with me, guys. I'll be right back. Okay. Oh, okay. Perfect. I'm still live here. Okay, guys, I am back. And apparently Dave left the thing on, so give you a little bit of an update here. One of the biggest things to keep in mind, we do try and get to all the questions. Sometimes it gets a little tricky, and I have no idea how Dave does it. But something to keep in mind. Any question you have, the odds are somebody else has it. Like somebody else has the same question. This is why I tell people where it comes to questions regarding off-worlders or the ancient races, and to be clear, the reason I separate them into two is off-worlders are the people that are born off Earth. The ancient races are ones that actually evolved here on Earth. And rest assured, humans are not the only race on the planet. They just happen to be the dominant, surface-dwelling, technologically advanced race, which is why they are listed as the caretakers for the planet. Now, I've been asked a number of times, because of the way that I look at people and the way I look at many of the other races, if I prefer off-worlders. And the answer is unequivocally no. Problem is that I actually understand them better than I understand people a lot of the time. you know, most of the time that I'm dealing with people, you know, I have a very different outlook on things, but that's because I grew up in a different way of looking at it. Now, the question that a lot of people seem to have regarding hybrids, every hybrid does not know they're hybrids, much like every adopted person does not know they've been adopted. That came out well. You know, so when we start looking at the different books, like the Races of the Worlds that I've got here beside me, has 59 different races that I've personally interacted with. And in volume 2 that I'm working on now, there's another, I think, 27 that I've added to that list. Plus, of course, the novel series that I'm working on, the Elderbachian Chronicles, actually covers the interaction of the way some of these races actually work with each other. You know, I've probably got the most twisted, for those of you on YouTube, I've probably got the most twisted profession on the planet. Because I'm a professional psychic, I'm what people seem to call a specialist in UFO phenomenon, and I'm a published author on multiple genres. You know, so it does have, you know, the one thing I must say is since coming to Dave's show, I have received a staggering amount of support and phenomenal questions. This is why we went the route of having an interactive show, is because there were so many people out there asking questions that we just had to answer the questions. I'm not good with the idea of sitting and lecturing, meaning just talking without the questions. But I did tell Dave I was going to leave the questions alone. He'll come back to them. Yes. And we do our best to make... Oh, Dave's back.
I'm back.
I did leave the questions alone for you.
All right. I appreciate that. That way we could get them on the air.
I kind of figured. I leave that side of it.
Yeah.
I've made that mistake early on.
I just want to remind everybody on YouTube that if you could, please put your questions in capital letters, because it's easier for me to grab them and ask Keith on the air those questions. We have about 90 seconds, Keith.
Okie doke.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I get a lot. I'm watching some of these questions go by, and I should point out to people, we try and keep this very family oriented.
Try to. That's why.
Yeah, there are questions a little sideways. Yeah, Dave is extremely good at isolating them. Usually. You know?
Right. Boy, I can't believe how behind in questions I am tonight. This is just insane.
That's your fault.
That's why I keep cutting you off, right?
Oh, yeah, I understand that. The hard part is it gets really complicated knowing when to shut it down. So, I mean, I do appreciate you cutting it off going, we got to go to the next question. Yes. So, for those that feel that we're only half answering a question, we probably are. You know?
All right, here we go, Keith. Oh, I'm short a commercial again. I don't know why this is happening.
I don't know, but I'm thinking that after the show, I want to track down what the
From the heartlands of Canada to beards around the world, we know how to take care of you. Fill your follicles with the Mighty Moose Beard Oil. All our oils and balms are handmade and 100% natural ingredients because we care about your beard.
Yeah, you might want to wait for the show to be over.
Use the promo code SOR.
No, I may have to add one here.
Get your Mighty Moose Beard Oil today.
Oh, okay.
You can check this out.
All right, here we
If
go.
you'd like to connect with us,
Music's on.
Head to spacedoutradio.com for all your latest show info. Now, back to Dave Scott and SOR.
Third and final hour of Spaced Out Radio is underway tonight. I am your host, Dave Scott. Thank you so much for joining us. We want to give a shout out to everyone listening in on UPRN 107.7 FM in New Orleans, KZFX 93.7 FM in Ridgecrest, California, WQEE 99.1 FM in Newnan, Georgia, KDUN AM 1030 in Reedsport, Oregon, and KZAX 94.9 FM in Bellingham, Washington. On the digital side, we're proud to broadcast on Kingdom of Nye Radio and Revolution Radio. Remember, you can check out all of our archives for free and watch the show live on YouTube at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Just do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Ignipotent. Ignipotent is your password. Use it wisely, Space Travelers, as the Clam sets a password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We got a plethora of features for you. You can rock out to Bumblefoot and read up on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire. We got a bunch of other features on there as well for you to check on out. We got our Keith Andrews here on Spaced Out Radio. He comes in the first Friday of every month with the ET Connection. Keith is a lifelong experiencer, helping those answer their own ET questions. Keith, thank you so much for joining us tonight. What a pleasure.
Well, pleasure to be here. And I tell you, I just love the questions that come in.
Me too.
Oddly enough, it makes me almost feel normal on occasion. You know?
Yeah, me too, man. Me too. So, Keith, as we continue with the audience questions here, I am very curious about the idea of, what Waylon has to say in YouTube. Where is Bigfoot?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. There are many different nationalities of Bigfoot all over the planet. Basically, the reality is they know how to get around a lot better than humans do. And they do have access to true shamanic, what humans call shamanic magic. Natural magic. AKA the ability to disappear while you're looking at them. This is why I caution people when they start talking, if you're trying to see one, the last thing you want to do is announce that you're going out on a Bigfoot hunt. I mean, let's face it, people just don't like being hunted. But I mean, they are heavily in the Rockies, right? But some of the different names you've got, Bigfoot, Sasquatch, the Abominable Snowman, the Yeti, they're all different nationalities of the same race. Okay, and they've been here since before modern Homo sapiens evolved.
All right. Joey is asking in the Space Travelers Club on our website, why wasn't Voyager 2 able to detect planet Mobius as its path took it in that direction?
Wait a minute, you want to try that again?
Okay, you were talking about Mobius earlier, the planet.
Yeah.
So he is asking why the satellite Voyager 2 was not able to detect Mobius as its path took Voyager 2 in Mobius's direction.
Well, primarily because of the ability they have on Mobius to conceal the fake. Finding it is not that hard. But you also got to remember that the information that was broadcast back by Voyager 2 was also modified by the existing space agency at the time. They essentially deleted the pixelation from it before they released it to anybody. You know that funny thing called classified information?
Yes. Yes, indeed, my friend. All right, let's continue on here. as we will get to, where are we here? Greco wants to know, Keith, tell us about the original planet you are from.
Well, we have to go way back. If you start with the idea of the Big Bang Theory being the start of this universe, this isn't the first one. Okay, I was actually, and this isn't where I'm originally from. Where I'm originally from goes way back. The so-called Big Bang, I tend to refer to as a flip because of the way it was shown to me as to how to explain it. But 6 flips ago, I was actually an information controller. In other words, my whole job was simply to make sure information went where it was supposed to so that things could come together properly. But at that point, I was a young adult. Needless to say, in my past lives, I've got a fair chunk of them.
All right.
But the thing was, I wasn't human at that point, for obvious reasons. First of all, humans didn't exist. What you would call because where I come from originally isn't what you would call a planet. It's closer in rendition to what you would call a sun.
All right, let's move on here. Stu is wondering, do reptilians smoke weed?
That depends entirely on the name of the chap that they're trying to smoke. But on the whole, their mouth is absolutely built wrong for the whole concept. That's why I get a kick out of that one show. I forget what the heck it's called. The one that, the heck was it called? Showing a Little Gray smoking. There was a comedy. Oh, Paul. Right. At least with the Greys, will do it. But most reptilians do not have a mouth that will actually permit smoking.
Bad lungs. Cheap lungs. They bought the cheap lungs. All right. Leah is asking, why do aliens do cattle mutilations, animal mutilations, and even sometimes human mutilations?
Oh, delicacies. Delicacies and or research. Depending on the race. Humans call it mutilations. They call it harvesting.
Good old harvesting. Good old harvesting. Does it happen more than what we know?
Oh, Lord, yeah. Way more than what you know. The problem is that they actually do it more often than not on the outskirts of where a given herd is. Which means by the time the humans find it, if I remember the numbers correctly, it only takes about 5 days for Mother Nature to reduce a cow to nothing.
All right.
So when a rancher goes out and takes a head count and finds a few missing, they may never find the body.
All right. Andrew is asking on Twitter, hey, Keith, are you okay, dude? Are you getting some interference from someone, aliens perhaps?
Well, the okay is a debatable point. I'm sort of at a loss as to how to answer that one. Am I being stopped by anybody? No. But because of the fact that I'm tied directly to the planet, I end up reacting to things that most people never even consider. So, my last 2 years has been absolutely murder health-wise. But I do appreciate the question.
All right, let's continue on here, my friend. Andrew, follow-up question. He is asking, Keith, there is an increasing meme rising in pop culture, and that is the idea of a coming alien or godlike race from the stars. Hip-hop rapper Lil Uzi Vert, who released his album today, is an example of this phenomenon. What do you think these musical artists are seeing?
It's not so much what they're seeing as what they're trying to do. Frankly, they're trying to tap into a common fear. So here's an interesting thought for you. If an alien race were to actually decide it was going to wipe out Earth or take over Earth, number one, they would hit it with an EMP pulse. I actually had this discussion the other day. they'd start with an EMP pulse fired from the far side of Mars, wipe out communications. Then from the far side, they'd move a little closer from the far side of the moon, right, where they're still concealed by the luminescence of the moon. They would start picking off the satellites and having them drop on Earth. Net result, by the time that they ever hit landfall with an intention of wiping, of taking over, mankind would be totally disoriented as to have nothing to work with. So I really wouldn't worry about an alien invasion, because before anybody could ever get even geared up for one, the fight would be over.
Makes sense. They're kind of a little bit more advanced than we are. Just a tad.
Well, that's just mankind still has this brilliant idea you have to have a direct line of sight to have communication. They communicate from the far side. They can fire off. They've got a neat little weapon that if they really wanted to, they can fire it from one side of the moon, or from one side of the Earth, through the Earth, and have it detonate on surfacing on the other side without leaving a hole.
Nice. Nice toys. Very nice toys.
Oh, brilliant toys. This is why I got a kick out of it when I watched, when I watched Independence Day. We came up with the idea of let's hook a human computer up to an off-world computer and take the off-world computer over. Now, to put that in perspective, take an abacus today and hook it up to an IBM and see how much interaction you get.
You didn't like that scene?
I from a movie standpoint, I loved it. I liked the movie. It's the fact that people get hung up on the idea of mankind is so advanced and so extremely capable that they can take off-worlders out without even blinking. Even most of the ancient races, if they were to go to war against mankind would be dead before mankind knew it. In the ancient days of man, there was something that it talked about called magic. The problem is that true magic does exist. It's just humans have forgotten how to work with it.
All right, let's move on here. All right, because we have more questions. This one coming from Cat Chaser. Is there a connection between Bigfoot and UFOs?
Only in as much as they're both misunderstood. Okay, as in, Bigfoot itself is an ancient race, not an off-worlder. There is, however, and we've talked about this before, there is a race called the Wara, which looks very similar to a Bigfoot, and is an off-worlder. But direct combination between the two, no.
All right. Let us continue on here, and let's go with Betty. Are there races from Zeta Reticuli and Alpha Centauri? Who are they, and what do they engage with us?
Well, the Zeta Reticulans are what humans call grays. Okay. Their dominant race is. Now, there are a number of other races from Zeta Reticuli that are rather intriguing. They are plant-based. And I've got a number of them actually being included in the second book. Okay. As far as Alpha Centauri, the answer is yes. Now, the nice thing about Alpha Centaurans is, like humans, they are pretty easy to deal with. They can actually, if they're trained properly, pass amongst you without too terribly much trouble, because they do look very similar. They aren't human, so as long as you don't take them into the doctor to get them tested, they'll be fine. Oh, I thought we had those already here, but thank you very much for that. I'm simply going to add that to the second book. They actually thought I had the first one, but apparently I was mistaken.
My goodness, we are so behind on the questions right now. I don't even know where the hell to start here. I'm trying to find my place here. All right. Angela is asking, are tall people like Andre the Giant hybrids of some sort?
No, they're genetic throwbacks. Humans used to be that size. People like Andre the Giant are simply a genetic throwback from the earlier years. Same as Eddie McCaskill and Goliath were genetic throwbacks. Right. But yeah, Andre was absolutely pure human. Just big. And as I recall, he had a heck of a sense of humor.
All right. Betty is asking, was the Mona Lisa body in the crashed spaceship found by Apollo 20 on the moon a hoax?
Well, in all fairness, I cannot speak directly to it. I didn't know about it. That being said, it does not add up to me that they would have taken Mona Lisa's body and taken it to the moon in the first place for any reason. So I'd be inclined to say yes, but I do not have a definitive answer.
Well, Mona Lisa, I know you're not familiar with this, is there was allegedly an alien craft that was crashed on the moon. This secretive Apollo 20 rocket landed on the moon. They did a spacewalk. They went into the crash and saw this alien lady laying dead on a table. And she looked like the Mona Lisa, so that's why they nicknamed her that.
It wouldn't be an entire shock, considering that the off-worlders were here at that point. You know, I mean, that wouldn't be an entire shock. It's just they're not exactly known for taking corpses.
Right. All right, Joe is asking, are the aliens fascinated by your incredible mutton chops, Keith?
No, not overly, in all fairness. Most of them just look at it as a choice. Now, on the other hand, if you take a look at the one ancient race on the planet, they're quite happy with them. Mind you, they're quite happy with anybody that's got even a rendition of a beard. And that would be what people accurately refer to as a dwarven race. They are very prolific underground. But they're not an off-worlder. They evolved here.
All right. Let's get to another question here. Corey is asking, Keith, have you ever suspected that Dave is an alien? I'm not an alien. I'm a Canadian.
Dave may be a little weird, but no.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Richard is asking, is the government working with extraterrestrials or not? Are we getting technology from them for cattle? I hear so many different things. I don't know what to believe.
Well, we'll start with the issue of, are different races, different off-world races, working with the governments? The answer is, and to a degree, the answer is yes. Different races to different governments. Okay, as far as, is there some sort of contract permitting the off-worlders to take different things? They tried that. But since human governments had a tendency of breaking the contracts, they quit with the idea of the contract. Now, this does not mean that abductions and cattle mutilations don't happen. It's just not a trade-off. See, if you go back to World War II, it's a well-known assessment that Hitler was in contact with off-worlders. What people don't realize is so was every other major country.
All right. Shar is asking, Keith, when was your last abduction or visit, and what happened?
About 2 weeks ago. Because of the fact that I've been ill the last couple of weeks, they've been kind enough to leave me alone. You know, something to do with the fact that it screws things up when you go off-world. And my system's already been a bit of a mess. But that being said, we were simply looking at that's where I was informed that no, they were not going to, because we knew this was coming. What the people are calling the coronavirus, they are not going to be interfering with, because it's not their doing. Okay, and the coronavirus will not damage the planet. It's going to play havoc with the human population, but it won't damage the planet. And from the off-worlder standpoint, if it's not going to damage the planet, it is not their concern.
All right. Let's move on here. And let's go to Stephen, who is asking, Keith, do you think the little Fae people have anything to do with extraterrestrials?
Only as far as they interact with them on occasion. But the little Fae people got here before the extraterrestrials did. You know, the only Fae that arrived here early, or the only alien race rather, that got to this planet early on, second only to the Fae, was the Muldocs. Right, and the Muldocs still come to this planet. To give you an idea of them, watch the show Predator. That is a perfect rendition of a Muldoc.
All right, let's continue on. We've got just under 45 seconds here to go. Let's get another question is from Overbuilt Automotive on YouTube. Do human hybrid dudes have a hard time getting dates with normal girls as they may be a little bit different?
In all fairness, sorry, not a clue. I have a problem figuring out how some of the people I've met haven't managed to get a date at all. So, you know, I am not what you would consider the person that you talk to find out about the interaction on that end.
Right. All right. I think we're going to wrap this up for this half hour. Keith is going to stick with us. We got way more questions than we do time tonight, so we're going to try and fit them all in. Keith, we're going to be pushing you hard this next half hour. Pushing you hard.
Okay.
All right, so we're going to go to break here at the bottom of the hour on Spaced Out Radio. I'm your host, Dave Scott. Our Keith Andrews in the hot seat tonight with the ET Connection, which happens the first Friday of every month. Your questions continue right after this on Spaced Out Radio. I am so behind on the questions right now, man. So behind.
Well, I'm glad you trying to track them. You know?
Mm-hmm. Trying, my friend. What are you bouncing around there? All I'm hearing is thump, 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 thump.
Yeah, that was my coffee cup I set back on the table.
Oh, I get you. I get you. Right there.
Yeah, the questions are just flying in.
They are. Dude, I am so behind right now. I don't even know what's being chatted right now. Okay, so let's just scroll right down and see what's happening here. Hey, Overbuilt, yeah, I had to edit your question because if you saw me smirk, I was actually laughing internally over that. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. All right. What else we got here? Wasn't Andre the Giant also the Sasquatch in the $6 Million Man?
I think so.
I think so too.
He's size to pull it off.
Now I got to Google that. Was Andre the Giant the Sasquatch in the $6 Million Man? No. Apparently he was not. John DeSantis is the man credited with playing Sasquatch.
Okay.
I always thought it was Andre the Giant.
I honestly never questioned it.
See what's happening down here. Angela, Dave, do you have weekend hosts anymore? Yes, we do. We got a new crop of weekend hosts starting next. That's actually kind of breaking news, Angela. Next weekend, we'll have a whole new look lineup. So, yes, it's going to be awesome. Yes. Everett, just so you all know, is having some medical troubles in his family, and he has decided to take a break. So we are going to be replacing Everett with Michael W. Hall, the paranormal lawyer.
Well, my heart goes out to Everett, that's for certain.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not going to get into any more detail about that because it is private in a conversation between him and I. But Everett's just like, dude, I got to concentrate on this right now. So Michael W. Hall is going to take over Sundays for Everett, and Saturday nights is going to John and Stacy Edwards. So we are going to have a good time with them. And Leah, please, Dave, when Chris Bledsoe is on, ask about the DNA study. You'll have to remind me that interview doesn't happen until Monday, April 13th. So you will have to remind me about that, if you don't mind.
I'd love to remind you. The odds are I'll forget.
Yeah. We tried getting Jaime Musan on, and he's a little booked up right now. But we have a mutual friend that I've tried to get him on. I'm just commenting on YouTube here. Oh, by the way, all of you on YouTube, stick around after the show, because we always do our Friday night AMA Ask Me Anything after party. So stick around for that, because I will stick around with all of you to hang on out. And we could go from there. And Keith will be with us until the top of the hour. And yeah, good way to support Spaced Out Radio, YouTube crowd, is a couple ways. You can do it by giving us a thumbs up. You can do it by hitting the super chat, going to our website, picking up your own swag for Spaced Out Radio. And I would love a picture of that for our website for promotion, if you don't mind, because you'd look good in one of our t-shirts. Of course you would. And yeah, otherwise, just sharing what we do. Sharing what we do. That means just as much. So that's the best way. If you want to support us, that's what you can get on down to. I will leave that up to you, though, if you don't mind. Not me. It's not my choice. But I'll leave it up to you. So yeah. All right, Keith, we got 30, 40 seconds.
Okay, doke. Just a quick one. Are we still on the air on YouTube as well?
Yes.
Okay. I do have an answer for a question that was brought up earlier.
Yeah, I got to get back to the questions here. I got to find them. Let's see here. Okay. That's where I left off, right there. Okay. Darcy, your question is coming up here. All right, Keith. Hold on, buddy.
Spaced Out Radio.
All right, music's coming on. Music's on. We rounded third. We're heading for home tonight on Spaced Out Radio. I am your host, Dave Scott, sitting in the captain's chair of SOR headquarters. Want to remind all of you, if you missed most of this show or others, you can head to our YouTube channel, Check out our live feed as well at youtube.com/spacedoutradio. Just do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We got a plethora of features for you there. You can check them out while you're listening to the show. Our Keith Andrews is here. We're taking your questions until the top of the hour. We got a bunch, Keith. We are not going to make it through all the questions tonight. I do apologize, but we will try and trudge through as many as we can until the top of the hour on the radio side. And don't forget, afterwards, we have our Friday night Ask Me Anything Afterparty on youtube.com/spacedoutradio. Darcy has the first question for you, Keith. Do any alien races abduct and manipulate any other alien races?
All the time. Humans are not alone in that regard. Because, I mean, you think about the biggest ones would be your Zeta Reticulan, because they are constantly creating hybrids of the other races as well, for exactly the same reason. It's easier to grow cultural interpreters than it is to try and build a universal translator in a computer.
All right.
And then, of course, you have a number of wars going on where abductions and slavery run rampant. Although there are some races you just don't want to try and turn into slaves. They don't cooperate well enough.
All right. FAP is asking, is the story of the Kandahar giants real? Are there giants still roaming around Earth? Never mind basketball players, because they're just all tall. But giants.
The answer to that is yes, just not many of them. Most of the giants have actually moved underground. Okay, but you will find the occasional one, and he's referring to the giants that people have seen. And I do mean the skeletons and what have you. But yes, there are some still living.
All right, let's move on. Greco is wondering, how do we protect our kids from unwanted alien intrusions?
Well, this is going to sound awful, defeatist. You don't. Ultimately, what it boils down to is understanding that the issue of alien intrusions, as was just stated, is more an issue of they're not actually taking them to create a problem. They're taking them to understand the part of the situation.
Right.
But as far as I'm aware, stopping it from happening, you can interrupt it if you know what's happening. Right. Like I have been involved in stopping an abduction in progress. Yeah, but you got to be right there when it happens.
All right. Let us move on here. Leah is asking, Keith, are you part of the DNA study of abductees they are doing? If so, what are they looking for?
What they are looking for, what they're trying to figure out with me is the easy part. Why it is I don't see other races as any different than humans, aside from physical configuration. And this is one of the reasons why I stand where I do with them. Because I just don't see a difference, and they're trying to figure out if that's a DNA thing, or if there's something else contributing to it.
Makes sense.
That being said, I mean, they've got a lot of different methods. The nice part about it is they've gone from the idea of trying the abduction thing to just going, can we do this?
Right. Okay. Let's move on here. Vinny is asking, were the elongated skulls related to hybrids?
Yeah, where the heck did I write that? The answer is no, they're another race altogether. I have no doubt that they may well have been tied to hybrids, but they themselves are another race.
All right, Vinny's follow-up question. Can our brains even comprehend the answers we are looking for these answers?
Some of you, the answer is yes. Many of you, the answer is probably not. The brain itself is capable of understanding, But most humans have been taught so strongly that they are on their own, that the whole concept of off-worlders or ancient races, or for that matter, true magic, doesn't exist. Okay, making it difficult for people to wrap their brain around.
All right. All right. I guess so. All right, let's see here. And both Waylon and Vinny are asking, in regards to the missing 411 cases, is this a lot like aliens doing this?
The 411 specifically, I'm not entirely certain if it was directly that. My feeling on it, quite frankly, is it probably hit a pocket, and probably hit a pocket wormhole. Net result, they're looking for it in the wrong place. And by the time they do find it, they certainly won't have survivors to work with. See, pocket wormholes exist on Earth, and you can hit them and end up somewhere else entirely. So needless to say, if it goes and disappears in one location and shows up on the other side of the planet, you're not going to know to look over there. And pity help you if that plane hit down in the middle of the Sahara Desert and was buried long ago.
Gotcha. All right. Betty is asking, was the United States military shooting down alien craft in the 40s and 50s?
Yep. But that's only fair. The alien craft were shooting down the United States military at the same time.
All right. Stu is asking about the Greys. Are they capable of using medical marijuana? Stu, really? Have you ever seen a Grey open their mouth? They can't use medical marijuana. There's no way they could get it in the system. They got to take the secondhand smoke, don't they, Keith?
I think he's referring to the idea of Paul.
Oh, yes. Probably.
And no, like we mentioned, their mouth is not built correctly. Number one, they couldn't get a seal around it to actually inhale. They've got the ability where they could hold it in their mouth, but there is not a prayer they'll be able to inhale.
All right. See what else we got. I'm just seeing if we're caught up. Let me see. Oh, I moved my mouse too fast. All right. Vinny's wondering, is the royal family hybrids?
As far as I'm aware, no. You see, the reality is the hybridization program precludes directly targeting people of high power because they don't want to actually control the human race. They want to understand it, and if they're controlling it, they can't understand it.
Interesting.
See, that whole thing that comes from back in the late 70s, early 80s with the Series V. That's where that whole concept comes from. But rest assured, mankind is doing its own number on the political system on all fronts.
Corey is asking, do aliens have pets?
Yep.
Are you making some IKEA furniture there?
I'd like to. Actually, I really wouldn't. No, as far as pets go, the chupacabra, for instance, is an escaped pet that was left behind. So do they have pets? Certainly. Problem is, many of their pets are, to say the least, a little dangerous as far as humans are concerned.
Right.
Of course, humans won't take a tiger home as a pet, right? These guys will take pets home that are the size of dinosaurs, depending on who they are.
Do you think there's a collection of aliens out there who have some of our species that are already extinct on this planet?
Yes, absolutely.
Would they bring him back in some sort of trade? Could we see?
Absolutely not.
Why?
Because the races, the species that are now extinct, could not survive in today's world without creating absolute chaos. Like, they do find it fascinating that mankind is bound and determined to bring back races that are long extinct. It's very ill thought out. But there are collectors out there that have pets that they've kept alive a lot longer than what the race itself, or what the species itself should have lived. But they keep it because, well, much like humans have zoos, so do they.
Really? What's an alien zoo look like?
Well, picture a human zoo with a whole pile of other animals. Not all of them from Earth. I mean, I know of one animal that's funny in heck to watch. Although I wouldn't recommend. See, in an off-world zoo, they don't relegate it to being non-sentient animals. You know, they will take other races and put them in the same zoo.
Right.
Right. But I know of one race in particular, and I know they've got them in a zoo, where the race itself, and I'm still working on a few parts with it, but where the race itself, the stomach is actually in the forearm.
Right. The stomach is in the forearm.
Yes. So what they'll do is they'll grab hold of whatever they're trying to consume. Yes. The stomach comes out of the breast and wraps around the hand. Right. And then dissolves it. Said stomach has a spigot in it, if you will. And this particular race uses what would amount to a proboscis to drink what's left inside.
Okay.
All alien races are not human.
Yeah. I hear you, man. I hear you. All right. Let's see what else we got in here for questions right now. FAP is asking, did aliens take the Malaysian MH370 plane?
That, in all fairness, I am not honestly certain of. I'm presuming it hasn't shown up yet.
No, it has not.
From my standpoint, it certainly wouldn't be a surprise. But again, what quite often happens is these people will hit pocket wormholes, right? And that result end up somewhere where they don't belong. Now, picture, if you will, flying along in a plane, and accidentally, you hit a wormhole and end up right in front of Mount Everest, or in front of Kilimanjaro. Okay, you end up right in front of them, you're already hooped and you don't know what to do with it.
True. Very true. How do you deal with it?
I've also heard reports of, planes flying along and ending up halfway down the Marianas Trench for the exact same reason. Well, if you're halfway down the Marianas Trench, you ain't ever getting that shit back.
No, there's definitely not the technology for that. That's for sure. All right, let's move on here. I think we've, just so you guys know on YouTube, I think we've wasted enough marijuana questions tonight. All right. Corey wants to know what happens when aliens drink alcohol.
That depends on the race. I know of one particular race. You can feed them alcohol. They will drink it once, sort of, and it'll kill them. So they tend to avoid it. On the other hand, the stories you've heard about dwarves liking to drink, it is not understated. As a matter of fact, it's really badly understated. Their biggest issue, because they like the stuff, most of their food is actually fermented. So you want to try drinking somebody under the table, don't pick them.
Got you. Stay away from the dwarves. The dwarven are a bunch of heathen drunks, is what you're saying.
I wouldn't necessarily say they're heathen, but they're definitely drunks.
All right. Our Keith Andrews tonight on Spaced Out Radio taking your questions. Let's get over to Kevin's question. Keith, was there any personal experience during the last heart damage to recovery that gave you proof of life after death? I assume he's talking about your stroke that you had over a year ago.
Not exactly new. Confirmation, certainly. Because in all fairness, I was told this by a number of people that were close to me, that I wasn't allowed to go home. Right? As far as proof of it, I had that decades ago. This is why I don't fear it. I know what happens when you get over there. But yeah, I mean, it boiled down to an issue of trying to make a run for it again and getting told, no, you're not done yet.
I hear that's very frustrating for those who've experienced it.
Oh, you have no idea. Yeah. It's, in all fairness, it's not so much that it's so much of a better place. It's just you get tired of dealing with the way reality is right now, because people have closed themselves off so badly, and they seem to be getting better at turning a blind eye.
Yes.
And I mean, there's a couple of belief structures that seem to be gaining momentum. I'm looking at it going, I thought the human race was evolving. But I question that when I start looking at some of these ideas that are gaining momentum.
Like people thinking flat Earth is real?
Like, that's a big one. I mean, I love the argument that they have. Well, it was all CGI. Well, we got to remember that CGI didn't come into existence until way after that was done.
I hear you.
Of course, those same people will say it did. They just didn't tell you about it.
Oh, the frustrations we have, Keith. The frustrations we have. All right, we've only got about a couple minutes left here with you tonight. Let's see if we can squeeze in any more questions. Just kind of looking here. Corey's asking, did you just say dwarves are an alien race?
No, they're an ancient race. They were actually built a little earlier than what humans were, and for exactly the same reason, just at an earlier time.
Earlier time.
But they are an ancient.
So where did they come from then?
They were built here on Earth. Specifically, if you really want to go back to that, you're looking back at the time that this continent, that this world was known as that the supercontinent was known as Pangea.
Right.
Okay, they were built back then.
Right. Keith, we got about a minute to go with you. Do me a favor, tell everybody where they can find your books, man.
The only place at this point, and we got to talk about that, is if you contact me at innervoiceenterprises@yahoo.ca, or track down my Facebook page and get in touch with me, because I'm not on Amazon right now. You can only actually get them through me for the moment.
Go to Keith. Contact Keith about his Alien Races book, Part 1. Part 2 is coming soon. Keith?
Absolutely.
That's a wrap, man.
It is.
That is a wrap. We will talk to you next on Friday, April 3rd.
Looking forward to it.
Stamp that. Stamp that again, just like you just did. Stamp it. We're right there.
Yeah, I got a little calendar behind me.
Yes.
That I write it and make sure that I've got it. The problem is that, of course, spend 2 weeks ill, and it really screws up your time frames.
Very true. Very, very true. Keith, thank you so much again for being on Spaced Out Radio. You hold on. I got to start wrapping this thing up. Our YouTube crowd, we got our live Friday night after party. Ask Me Anything. We'll continue on in the chat room there as well for the after show to our radio side. Thank you so much for a great week. Check us out every night at spacedoutradio.com. We got Mr. Ron Bumblefoot THAL rocking in the background with Little Brother is Watching. Bumblefoot is the official music of Spaced Out Radio, rocking us in and out of every single show. Get your horns up for the guitar god himself. Special thanks this week to everybody listening in at work, at home, in your cars, wherever you may be. Special thanks to everybody in our chat rooms on YouTube, Spreaker, LGAB, Facebook, Revolution Radio, the SOR Space Travelers Club on our website, and all the snarkers and snarkettes on Twitter at hashtag Spaced Out Radio. Fantastic job with all of you this week. Remember, this show is copyright by Spaced Out Radio and SOR Media Ventures Limited. Thank you so much for sharing your week with us, because together, my friends, we're watching. We own the night. Mr. Bumblefoot, we need a favor. We need you to take us home. Have a great weekend, everybody. We'll talk to you on Monday night. Come to the after party. Ask Me Anything. YouTube continues right after this. Radio side, have a great night. Goodbye. Great job, R. Keith. Great job.
Well, thank you. Absolute pleasure once again.
All right, my friend. Thank you so much. Just logging off the radio side here. Really appreciate you taking the time for us, man.
Oh, not a problem. I'm just glad you phoned me beforehand.
Oh, no worries. I'm quick on the draw. I would not have forgotten. All right, buddy.
Last week I was on my recliner.
I know. Hey, bud, I'll let you go. I got to get to my after party.
You take care. Enjoy.
Thank you, my friend. You take care, too.
Absolutely.
Bye.
Ciao.
Our Keith Andrews, everybody. Let's have a little clap for him. Good job, Keith. Good job. All right. So what's happening? Let me just wrap up all the show here. And then I will make and point all of my attention to all of you. All right, I think we got it all cleared up here. All cleared up. Now let me just get sorted out so I can see what's happening on my end. And go from there. All right. Here we go. Darcy, hey Dave, how comfortable are you with the new visual format? I'm trying, my friend. I am trying. Very much so. I am trying. I'm a radio guy, man. I'm a radio guy. So for me, it's tough to all of a sudden be in front of the camera and making sure that, you know, I don't forget to shave, even though I forgot to shave again. Yeah, that's kind of the way it works, man. It's kind of the way it works. I cannot play any music because... Dun, dun, dun. I don't want to get flagged by YouTube, man. I only have permission to use Bumblefoot. Sorry about that. Otherwise, I'd like totally like just rock it out here. I totally would. Just trust me. Lord knows I could use some metal right now. Waylon, who is Scott? Scott who? You complete anything? I don't feel like pleating my clothes, Darren. Why would I want to pleat my clothes? Don't women do that to their skirts? Don't they pleat them? So, this is the after party. You can ask me anything you want. Anything you want. When am I getting a haircut? Don't know. Let's just clear that out. No, Dave is not planning. Well, Darren, I know I could play anything, but I'm monetized. So if I play anything while monetized, I'm going to end up getting flagged by YouTube, which means that I will get a warning strike against me. So that's the problem. Let's see here. Lots. Oh, you're just so cute, Lots. You're just so cute. Are we Facebook friends? How many people here are Facebook friends with me? I know Darren is. I know Corey is. I know Sandra is. Or no, Sandra was. Stu, I don't know. Darcy, I don't know. Are you guys following me on Twitter too? At Spaced Out Radio, as well as at Dave Scott, SOR. Men wear pleats? I thought, what the hell is, now I got to look up what a pleat is. Okay. What is a pleat? That's what I thought. Men don't wear pleats unless they're wearing a kilt. Sorry. A double or multiple fold in a garment or other item made of cloth held by stitching the top or side. You are wrong, Sandra. Unless it's a kilt. Men are not wearing that. Let's see here. I know Angela is. Oh, it's Devin Porter. How you doing, Devin Porter? Yes, I absolutely love the Lumberjack song by Jackal. And believe it or not, when I am out in the forest and I've got my chainsaw going, I try and play that song. Didn't Bumblefoot clear me? Yeah, Bumblefoot clears me. Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, Sandra, I know I took you off my Facebook. You know why, though? You know why. And if you'd like to have that discussion again, I would love to have that discussion again because I'm that guy and I love my Sandra. I miss my Sandra. Mm-hmm. Want to say thank you way at the beginning of the show. Lori, she went to bed like an hour or two, but she donated $5 in the super chat tonight. Really nice of her. It's kind of cool. It's kind of cool. So, yes. Jackal was totally strip joint music in the 90s. Absolutely. Oh, Sandra doesn't want to have that chat with me. Ouch, Sandra. Ouch. Trey, ouch. When will you do the hot sauce challenge? I got to get some Bumblefoot hot sauce. Then I will do the challenge on my birthday. I got to order some. I will try and do that here in the next little bit. So yes, let's see here. This weekend, we will be playing recordings of a couple of shows. And then the following weekend, we will be live once again. So I'm excited about John and Stacey Edwards. I'm excited about Michael W. Hall. Hey, Darren, thank you so much. I appreciate that, Darren. I appreciate that. Thank you. All right. So that way we'll be up and running full 7 days a week again. And I think you'll really enjoy John and Stacey Edwards. They are hilarious. They are awesome, full of energy. And by the way, if for all you out there who want to get on John's good side, he's an independent wrestler. Yeah. He'll talk wrestling with anybody. So if you're a wrestling fan, hit up John. Totally hit up John. And let's see here. And of course, all of you are pretty familiar with Michael W. Hall. Dave had me record my cats and he's playing it all weekend. Of course. I would like to know what one would say in an effort to convince someone that ET and abduction experiences are real, that believe such things are a result of mental illness. Look at the statistics. I would ask, why are real scientists and doctors looking into this phenomena? Show some examples. This is an unfortunate argument, Devin, that you'll never win. And, you know, until that person finally decides to look into it for themselves. And, you know, when they do, the whole world opens up for them. And it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Right? So that's what I would do. That's what I would do. Just out of curiosity. So that's what I would be checking out. At least, you know. That's it. You know, the problem is, Devin, is that for a lot of people who are going through this, it is a mental illness, right? I mean, I've had people approach me telling about their experiences, and you don't want to tell them they're full of shit. You can't. But when you're an experiencer, you know what happened to you. But there are so many people out there who actually want the experience and they've never had it, that that's where it kind of gets to, right? And that's the danger of it all. Oh, wow, Fap, thank you so much, Fapster. Really appreciate that. That's kind of cool. Wow, was not expecting that. Let's see here. So what I would do is I would wait, Devin, and I would wait and just, you know, write down some names. You know, if you're looking at ET Contact, write down about Travis Walton, Betty at Barney Hill, Chris Bledsoe, Calvin Parker. Good one to get into is Stefan Michalek from Canada and his 1967 experience where the UFO burned him. Right? There's so many out there. The story we had on the other day from Terry Lovelace. That's an incredible story. Right? So that's what I would do. You know, and then find the people and the scientists that are looking into this. All right? Whether it's Bob McGuire, whether it's the work of late Stanton Friedman, whether it's you know, even the Stars Academy and the brilliant minds they have there. All right. So we'll move on here. Stu, when will Little Richie G return to an SOR roundtable? He just did. Last Friday night, Little Richie G was with us, man. Yeah. Richie will probably be with us on the 24th of April. Yeah, I love Richie. Him and I talked yesterday on the phone for like 45 minutes. It was great. We talk a lot. It's funny because when we talk, we rarely talk about what's actually going on. Go and check out Space Out Radio on YouTube and the art. Oh, that Devin, that works too, man. That works too. Totally works. I can't believe we still got like 64, 63 people watching right now. This is really kind of cool. Really kind of cool. Thank you so much for tuning us all in tonight. Really appreciate all you doing that. Hope you don't mind the hair. I was getting sick and tired of wearing the toque. My hair kind of pushes it up so it looks like I have this cone head. Like, watch. Show you. Hold on. Take these off. Ow. Like when I put this thing on, it looks like I have a cone head. See? So I look like an alien. My name's Dave. I'm the elongated skull guy. Right? It doesn't matter how much I pull it down. My hair is so thick it pushes it back up. So that's why I had to pull the toque off. All right, Darren. Thank you so much, man. Thank you. Appreciate that, man. Appreciate that. Damn, something just went north. Was it a sat or a shooting star? Trip, you got aliens, buddy. You got aliens. Leah, how you doing? Slim 880. What's happening? Oh, Trip, come on. Give us some details on that. By the way, my toque, just so you know, if you order Mighty Moose beard oil from Gary, careful, he's Dutch, you can get a cool toque like that. I love this. It's so warm, too. Yeah, SpaceX launched a rocket. Sandra, it'll be coming over our area around 4:20, 4:30 this morning. Hey, Kevin. How's Kevin? Lee A. Or La A. That's what I'm going to call you from now on. La A. Hey, Andrew. How you doing? By the way, Andrew, I was looking at your art. Oh, let me see here. I was looking at your art, and I really, really like the SOR with my face in the middle and then Bigfoot and Carl. I think that one looked like Carl and Bigfoot looking on the sides. I really like that. And I really like the one that had them looking straight ahead too. I think that looks kind of cool. I think that looks really cool. We got to do one of those. Totally got to do one of those. Andrew's traveling. I think he's down in Arizona right now. Now, Andrew lives in North Vancouver. He is an extremely talented artist and absolutely love him. Big fan of this show, too. Big fan. And he's actually the dude who drew me the... Hey, good night, Stu. He's actually the guy who drew me the picture of me, the cartoon picture of me, Carl, and the Canadian maple leaf. I love that. I still love that. Andrew's amazing. Amazing. You have to go out and check out sign. But, I mean, considering the space station isn't going to be here for another 4 hours. I already checked. It's going to be tough. I'm probably going to be sleeping at that time. Need that mountain of dead gnomes with Dave on top. I am one with the gnomes, man. I am one with the gnomes. Totally. Why is that loose? Why is that loose? There we go. Fixed it. I'm an engineer. I'm an engineer. Not really. Maybe we can get the maple leaf back in. No, leave the maple leaf out for right now, Andrew, because I gotta. I want to be putting this on the website and on our YouTube channel and everything like that. So just leave the maple leaf out for right now. Lots told me the other day that she actually wants to brush my hair. I thought that was funny. The space station, the ISS, is traveling at 18,000 miles an hour. That's why it's going so fast. Hey, Joe. Oob. Oob. Joe, you need to put a picture of your mane up. You need to put a picture of your mane. You can do it. Sandra doesn't like me, Joe. We've officially discussed that. She no longer likes me anymore. No long. There's just no love. It's like, snap. I can't even see yours, Lots. I can't even see your hair. How do we even know? Almost 79 people. I'm only got like 67 showing. So we've gone back up. We've gone back up, which is cool. Mm-hmm. 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 You go up in the corner and take your picture. Sandra doesn't love me. Doesn't love me. No love. BC girl. I'm a BC guy. No love. Hurts. Broken. I keep a Canadian defibrillator right under the desk every time that Sandra decides to break my heart. I'm teasing. I'm teasing. I could feel her rolling her eyes at me right now. All right, questions for old Dave. Questions. Actually, if you guys can give me like, let's see here. What can we do? Like, like 2-3 minutes. I have to go to the bathroom. I know I probably shouldn't say that, but it's my turn now. Do like the drunken peasants continue the show when you get donations? Well, I am continuing the show because we always do this on Friday night, Darren. We're always here Friday night. I got 67 people. What corner, Dave? I'm on the phone and it's round. Oh. You got to go to your profile. That's what you... Okay, I'll be right back. Stay here. Nobody leave. Nobody leave. I will be right back. All right. I am back. And nobody left. Cool. All right. Anyways, I want to go on a little bit of a rant here about this whole coronavirus thing, because I don't normally talk about what's going on in the news. But seriously, like selling out of toilet paper and water? I mean, what the hell are people doing? And now they're trying to sell toilet paper rolls on Craigslist for like $25 a roll. I mean, people, we do realize that there's an easy way not to transmit this disease, right? If you're that panicked, wear one of those face masks that you get at the doctor's. Right? That's all you need to do. And wash your hands. Don't shake hands with people. Wash them. It's not about toilet paper. Seriously. What the hell are people thinking? What are they all screwed up about? It's not like your ass is going to get coronavirus. It's ridiculous. It's dumb. It's absolutely foolish. Could you imagine if in the world, like let's say like 500,000 people in the United States had coronavirus? Okay, then maybe it's a time to panic. Or say like 200,000 had it in Canada or something like that. Okay, hitting the panic button. The media is doing a fantastic job with this story. It's ridiculous. Right? It's ridiculous. I don't get it. Wash your hands. You don't want to transmit it? Okay? Put toilet paper on the seat if you're in a public bathroom and you got to drop a deuce or something. Okay? That's for men. Women, same way. For both number 1 and number 2. It's terrible. Terrible. Yes, let's make Jeff Bezos of Amazon even more. Hey, Bill. Do-do-do, do-do-do, do-do. Do-do-do, do-do-do, do-do. Do-do-do, do-do-do, do-do. Oh, yeah. Transylvania 5,000. Do-do-do, do-do-do, do-do. Hey, Richard, thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. Do I think something is being hidden in Antarctica? I am one of the rare people who will say, no, I do not believe it. I don't know. That one just does not resonate with me, man. Hey, speaking of toilet paper, here we go. Right there. I got my own roll. $4,500 for this 1/4 of a toilet paper roll left. And by the way, you could use the center if you have any hamsters. They like to chew on that. Right? The toilet paper companies right now must literally be like cheering. This is the greatest thing that ever happened to toilet paper companies is the coronavirus. Excuse me, I am going to blow my nose. But seriously. All right? It's probably the greatest thing that ever happened to the toilet paper industry right now is the coronavirus. Go buy stock in toilet paper companies right now. Right? And wash your hands. It's amazing how you don't get sick if you wash your hands, or you rarely do. right? No, we're not training hamsters here, Kevin. We're not training hamsters, you sick bastard. I love you, but you're a sick bastard. Yes, because I'm getting over a cold. That's why I had to blow my nose. I have nose goblins. What am I supposed to do? I'm on camera. I'm not going to pick my nose. All right. What else are we talking about tonight? Throw your questions up there. Throw your questions up there. Old Davey will answer your questions for you. See what I can. Hamster bidets. Yes. Hi, Lee A. Or La A. La A. Boo. Bew? Bew. La A. Bew. Nose goblins from Hellier? Could be. Could very well be. I was in San Francisco recently, yes. And I washed my hands. Frequently. However, I got sick before I went to San Francisco because my little guy goes to elementary school. And that's just an elementary school is just a disease-ridden infestation of children. Corey, Dave, if you had your choice of color, what color would your Prius be? I don't drive a Prius and I am not vegan. So the vegan meals are out. I'm not a fan of Priuses. All right. Do I still do my hit on CKNW in Vancouver? Yes, every Tuesday night. The reason why we actually record it now, Andrew, the reason why is because we are they had to change the time, which would have put it. I think they play it in the first half hour of the 11 o'clock hour, and we'd be in the middle of the show, so we couldn't do that. So we have to. I actually will record that segment with them at about 7:30 Pacific, and then they play it on the air. Did I leave my heart in San Francisco? No, I did not. Fap. When you were in San Francisco, did you punch a Giants fan in the face? No, I didn't see any Giants fans. I didn't. I'm a Yankee fan. Can't stand the Giants. Dave does not own a Prius. Never. They're ugly. You know who owns a Prius? Canadian Joe on Twitter. That's who owns a Prius. That's who owns a Prius. Speaking of Twitter, let's check things out here. And of course, the first hashtag trend right now in Canada is Big Mac. Okay, what's trending for a Big Mac right now? Because the closest McDonald's to me is like 45 minutes away. Okay, why is Big Mac trending? Oh, Joey Chestnut breaks the Big Mac record. That's why. That's why. Okay. Let's see here. What's the feedback from the CKNW exposure? Very good. Our Twitter numbers have actually jumped up by a couple of hundred. Get a lot of interaction during that, and it's been very positive, very positive. I know, and I can't thank Drex from CKNW enough for picking us up for that segment, 10, 15 minutes, whatever we talk per week. Sandra with the 93 VW Passat. Lots. Davey! Yes? Yes, Ms. Lots. Who can only see 3/4 of your face. Well, let's see. Well, look how many small Big Macs have gotten over the years. I know, but they're still so fucking good. I love Jeep Wranglers. I had a 1994 Jeep YJ. It was awesome. I cannot wait to get into another Jeep Wrangler. I love Jeeps. I have owned, in my lifetime, 5 Jeeps. I still have one. I have a Grand Cherokee. I have a 2011 Grand Cherokee, and it's the best vehicle I've ever owned. And I'll end up driving that into the ground. I always ask, but when is Samantha Mowat back on? Lots. She is coming on next week. Next week on the 12th, Samantha will be back. Yes, so you have to listen Thursday. And the beautiful, lovely, and talented Samantha will be back. All right. Kevin. Dave, if Bigfoot is traveling south from 108 Mile Ranch at 16 kilometers per hour and a canine man is traveling west from Sharon, Pennsylvania at 22 miles an hour, at what times will their paths become crossed? October. That's when. October. All right. Definitely the bipedal canine man is traveling faster because at 16 kilometers an hour, it's only about 8 miles an hour. All right. Dave, have you broken into the Southern Ontario market yet with your show? We are about to, Andrew. We're just finalizing the deal on that. One of the stations there who covers the Raptors, they're just outside of Toronto. They will be picking us up for the nights then. So that's what we will be doing. Let's see here. Which whistleblowers do you find to be credible? Kevin Day. Kevin Day from the USS Princeton. He's the guy who was the one who spotted all the blips on the radar during the Nimitz incident. I like him. I think you always have to listen to what Rick Doty has to say. Other whistleblowers, Luis Elizondo, I think there's a lot of cover up there, but I mean, you can consider him a whistleblower now. You know, I think he's pretty good. Bob Lazar's story has never changed. Remember that. I believe Bob, by the way. I'm on the Bob team. I'm on Team Bob. I think we should get Team Bob t-shirts. The rare time you get to go to Taco Bell, what do you order? I order 2 large fully burrito supremes. I order the biggest fries, super deluxe fries. I ask for a shitload of hot sauce, and that's usually what I order. And then I get mad that after I eat that, that I did not order more to take home. So I haven't figured that out yet. I'm thinking too much short term when I go to Taco Bell. I got to think long term on that. What is your belief on how Bigfoot regards humanity? I think he thinks that we're a bunch of idiots. Have I read the book Psychic Sasquatch by Kawani Lapsaritis? By the way, Kawani will be coming on the show a week after Samantha. No, I have not. I don't read books from my guests. There's a reason behind that. But it's not my job to sell their book. Not my job. That's their job. I'll give them the best interview that I possibly can. But it's not my job to sell their book. Their job to sell it. Have you ever tried fasting? It is very good for the body. Yes, I have. And it sucked for me. But I do have to change the diet a little bit. I do. Getting a little chunky in here and here and in here. And yeah. I got to get back to looking pretty again. Or at least somewhat pretty. My hair makes my face look massive too. Don't mention what name. Don't mention what name. I'm looking. Don't mention what name. Anywho, tell Kawani to buy a camera. You know, I understand that. I totally understand that. If you're going to be a researcher and go on the lecture circuit and all this kind of stuff, and promote your research findings, you should have evidence. But if you're someone like me who is not a researcher, who just has some really cool stories to tell, that's different. That's different. Pancakes will be on Sunday. Sunday's pancake day. I was addicted to Pepsi for a long time, cut it out and lost a load of weight, but I still love Pepsi. Haven't drunk for ages. Yeah, I have the Pepsi addiction. That's a big one for me. I got to cut that out. Andrew, Dave, are you still working another job during the day? Right now, I'm working on the radio side full time again. I won't say what I do, but I actually got fired from my job on New Year's Eve. I got fired. I hadn't been fired since I was 18 years old. I still don't even know what I did. This new owner came in for what I do, and I don't talk about my personal life too much. All right. But this new owner came in, and the guy I was working for, I was like number 2 in command. And he's like, dude, I got to sell. I'm getting burnt out. I'm tired. I'm like, yeah, go ahead, sell. He goes, new guy's coming in. He's a really good guy, real ambitious. He goes, you'll work great with him. Okay, fine. Didn't work great with him. He's a fucking know-it-all, pardon my language. And anyways, so out of the blue, I stay overtime. I stay overtime on New Year's. We're supposed to shut down at 3. It's like 4:30 in the afternoon, New Year's Eve. He hauls me into the office and he's like, hey, here's your final check. Your services are no longer required. Get out. Okay. Can I at least have a box to clean out my office? Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. So I called up my other owner, who's a good friend of mine, the guy who just sold a bunch of his shares. And I'm like, dude, I just got fired. He's like, no way. And I'm like, yeah. He's like, you got to be kidding me. I'm like, no. He goes, did he give you any severance or anything? I'm like, no. He goes, did he tell you why he fired you? I'm like, no, he didn't. Right? So, yes, I am working on the show full time right now while I collect my EI. And I'm busting my ass here to make things happen. So if any of you have any sales backgrounds, we are hiring at Spaced Out Radio, full commission, 30%. Let me know. Let me know. No base salary, by the way. Can't afford that. Yeah. So I don't usually talk about my personal life on this because I don't want any of you worrying about me or anything like that. But yeah, it's not going to kill the show or anything. Don't worry about that. All right, what else we got? What do we eat to attract bad aliens? I don't think it's our diet. I don't believe this whole vegan crap. I don't believe it's meat. I believe that it's all in lineage. And whether or not you kind of see them in the sky and all of a sudden they stop and like, oh, there's a human. They noticed us. Let's go check them on out. That's what I believe. You know what I haven't had in a long time is a good pulled pork sandwich. When I lived back in Mission, British Columbia, there was this really cool restaurant, and they had the best pulled pork sandwiches and homemade coleslaw to go along with that. Oh my God. All of a sudden, like 5 seconds ago, when I read the word brisket in the chat room, that made me think of those. I am craving one of those sandwiches. Oh, I'm craving them. Craving. When did you become a potato? You became a potato, Slim? Please don't go the route of coast to coast or fade to black with the medical health crap they're pushing. The only reason why they're pushing it is because they're getting paid. That's it. You know? You can't fault them on that. I realize it might be a little bit annoying, but you can't blame them for that. You know? The ones that get me are the doom and gloom prepper packages. Buy this bucket of food and you're good for 25 meals, and it only costs you $249 or 6 months or whatever that they say that it's supposed to last. Oh, look, you get pizza, you get pasta, you get, whatever. Oh yeah, hot pulled pork sandwich. Hot pulled pork sandwich. That is good food right there. I don't eat a lot of pork, but a good pulled pork sandwich I eat. We'll do our best. I promise you we will do our best with that. I don't want infomercials or anything like that, but in the end, we are a business. We're not a podcast. We're not somebody who does this, just for the sake of doing this. This is a business, and I have bills to pay, and I have to be able to create advertising revenue and engage more radio stations in order to make this happen the way it is supposed to. Hey, Rich, good night. Thank you for checking on in, man. So, I'm if I get a sale where somebody's paying me, say, $1,500 a month for advertising on this show, you have to be careful, of course. Like, I'm not going to take an advertisement on something that, let's just say it's something stupid, like some sort of snake oil. Okay, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that whatsoever. All right. But, if it's something like, let's say Pepsi called up and they wanted to spend like $1,500 a month on us. I'd be all for that. I would totally be all for that. I'd be like 400 pounds in 6 months because I'd be like promoting the shit out of Pepsi on the show. Yeah, the beard oil stuff is good. Like things like that, it's really good. I like products like that. I really do. You know, so it's something that you got to be careful with. It really is, because, you know, you get the wrong advertisements on there, people get pissed off. They do. And it's not that you're trying to do that, but what do? You're in this ugly catch-22 where somebody is paying you money to do this. And in the meantime, excuse me, in the meantime, you know, maybe their commercials suck or whatever it is. And you're in this ugly catch-22 that you don't have a choice. I mean, you know, if I had a women's hygienics company come up and say, we want to advertise with you because we have a new alien brand that we want to, you know, put out there, you know, do you do it? Do you do a condom company? Do you do an alcohol company? I mean, alcohol sounds so much more cool, but there's a lot of people who are out there who get offended. All right. They get offended because maybe they're a reformed alcoholic, or they've lost someone to drink and driving or something like that. I mean, there's a lot of stuff you have to go through and think of, you know, because no matter what you do, you're pissing someone off. Thoughts on History Channel news show on Skinwalker Ranch coming out soon. It's going to be intriguing. It's going to be very, very intriguing. So I'm interested in seeing who's in that. I really am. Like, is it a reality show? I want to see this. Skinwalker Ranch TV show. Let's see. I'm curious. Who do they have starring in this? I mean, it's not even. Is that Alone the Beast? No, that's not it. That's not it. I'm not even. There's Project Blue Book. Curse of Oak Island. Let's see more shows here. Hold on. Bud Empire. Of course, it takes me to the Canadian side of History Channel, so I'm not going to see it. Of course not, you dirtbags. Let's see how it goes. I'm interested in that one. All right. Let's see here. Secret of Skinwalker Ranch. I'll Google that. Going to it now. Oh, it's not showing me it. Still not showing me it. Whatever. Whatever. All right, guys. I'm going to be here for another 6.5 minutes before I'm going to shut this thing down. I'm getting tired. Getting tired. Is that American enough for you, Trip? Instead of making fun of my Canadian accent, I'm getting tired. Tired. I want to say thank you to everybody who donated during the super chat the last 3 days. That's pretty awesome, man. Pretty awesome. Didn't really understand this. I can't believe we almost had like 80 people in here tonight watching away. That was kind of cool. Kind of really cool. I did not expect that whatsoever. Did not expect that whatsoever. So thank you for that. I really do appreciate that. Sandra, are you leaving? Because I'm still here. I've got like 6 minutes. See, that takes me right to the Canadian site. History Canada immediately goes there. I don't even get to see that that website. I just try to click on it. It's pronounced like turd. What is pronounced like turd? Good nicht, Slim 880. Good nicht. Good nicht. Live chat. That would be why. Oh, I always get stuck on that top chat thing. Screws me right up. I apologize if I missed any comments. Son of a gun. Son of a gun. Hey, Spaghetti, how you doing? Thanks for coming on in. Somehow I got to figure out, get some music playing in the background for this. 6 minutes, Dougie Fresh. I'm turd. Oh, I see what you're saying. I'm turd. Turd. I got it. I just figured it out. I had to flip to America there for a second. I'm turd. Actually, to be honest with you, this is what I'm going to do. I am going to go upstairs. I'm going to shut everything down here because I got a busy day working the internet tomorrow. And I got to write my blog. And I am going to be... Oh, what's the word I'm looking for? I'm going to be sleeping in tomorrow. And then I got to build all the show platforms. Saturdays are usually really busy for me. And by the way, I'm serious. If anybody has sales experience and they want to do something on the side, get a hold of me at dave@spacedoutradio.com. If you want to do some sales on the side. I am accepting resumes. And let's see, what else do I got to do? But when I crawl into bed tonight, my son and I, you need PayPal to do a super chat. Can you donate another way, Davey? Yes, you can. I think our PayPal is info@spacedoutradio.com. I believe that's it. info@spacedoutradio.com. But I will go up and I'll crawl into bed because it'll take me about half an hour, 45 minutes for my mind to calm down. And my little guy and I, we play this wolf game. It's called the Wolf Online Simulator. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. So I'm going to go probably play that for like 45 minutes before my mind finally decides to say, hey, eyes, it's time to close. So that's what I'm going to be doing. That's my evening. That's my evening. And tomorrow night, for the first time in like 5 years, almost 5 years, I'm going to sit down and I'm going to watch Hockey Night in Canada. Because I think the Edmonton Oilers are on tomorrow night. Because the Canucks played tonight. How'd they do? Let's check out how the Canucks did tonight. Let's see here. Oh, that's the that's the curling finals right there. Draw 19 coming to a close. Yeah, gotta watch out for that. I don't want curling. I want NHL. Let's see here. How'd the Canucks do? Oh, they doubled up Colorado 6-3. Here's my sportscast voice. Hold on. Tonight in the NHL, the New Jersey Devils doubled up St. Louis 4-2. It was Detroit 2, Chicago 1. Winnipeg blanking Vegas 4-0. Calgary edging out Arizona 3-2. Vancouver doubling up Colorado 6-3. And it was Anaheim over the stinking no good, ought to be tossed out of the NHL, Toronto Maple Leafs 2-1. There's my sports voice. How's that sound? Yeah, Edmonton and Columbus tomorrow night on Hockey Night in Canada. Totally watching that. Totally watching that. Yes. Oh, let's see here. Actually, if you even have internet experience, I will take resumes on that. It is a volunteer position, though. Just so you know. You know what? Best thing for you to do, lots, to be honest with you, if you want to help me out, go to our Spaced Out Radio store. Go to the SOR store and buy yourself a t-shirt or two. Okay? Buy yourself a t-shirt or two, and that would be great. That way you get something for it. I get something for it. We all win. We all win. So go to spacedoutradio.com/shop, and you can pick out your t-shirt there. Cool? All right. Let's do that instead, shall we? Yes. Let's see here. What else do we got? Stars on a 4-game losing streak. I can't believe the Canucks won over Colorado. That's a big win. Big win. Well, I'm going to go play the Wolf game. If any of you download the Wolf game, it is free. Okay? It's totally free. You have to build your Wolf. I'm a level 20. I had a level 50 Wolf at one point, but my son decided to erase it. Yeah. So I don't have my level 50 Wolf anymore. I have a level 20. And so that's what I would do. That's what I would do. Go play Wolf game. Build up your Wolf so that way we can play together. Yeah. And if you do, yeah, it's called the Wolf Online Simulator. Just type in Wolf Simulator or something on Google or iTunes. Or the App Store, pardon me, not iTunes. Yeah, that way you can do that. Anyways, everyone, thank you so much. Yeah, it's called the Wolf Simulation. Hold on. The Wolf Simulator. Yeah, it's called the Wolf Simulator. It's awesome. That's what I play. The Wolf Online Simulator. Yeah, the Wolf Online Simulator. That's what I play. Good for the whole family. My little guy and I sit down and play it. That's our after-school activity, him and I. I'm going to go have a good time. I will chat with all of you on Monday. We are going to be playing replays this weekend. So if you want to tune on in for that, great. Love to have you. Love to have you. And we go from there. We go from there. And thank you so much for helping us out. Thank you for everybody participating in the super chat once again. Yeah, I'm not really using Patreon right now. I mean, you can sign up, but I got to change all of that. I need a proper web person to set that up properly because I don't have it set up properly. So that's why I don't advertise the Patreon thing. I never really understood it. So until I could find someone who could figure that out for me properly, I'm not going to be promoting that. Or you could also join the Space Travelers Club on our website for $5 a month. That works too. That totally works. So anyways, on that note, I'm shutting this thing down. Thank you for a wonderful week. And I'll be back on Monday. We'll be back live on YouTube as well. And stay happy, stay healthy, have a fantastic weekend. And the following weekend, we'll be going 7 days a week. The unfortunate part about it is John and Stacy, as well as Michael, they won't be going on YouTube. They will be going on just the radio side of things. So you got to tune in there. And we'd love to have you in there. So thank you so much, everyone. We'll talk to you on Monday night. See you later. Remember, guess what?